Suspense. Suspense. A new series of programs with one strict purpose in view: your entertainment. Each week at this time, CBS sets aside 30 minutes to excite you, to mystify you, and on occasion to horrify you with a catalog of the world's great thrillers. Dramas from the stage and screen, from fiction and radio. Dramas that bring you suspense. This, the second offering of a new series, is a unique one. Certainly, it is one of the very few pieces of suspense literature that somehow manages to tickle your funny bone while busily engaged in tingling your spine. Make no mistake, though, nobody's kidding. CBS presents its adaptation of John Collier's well-known short story, Wet Saturday.
Yes, it's a wet Saturday. Never saw it rain harder. I'm Princey, Frederick Princey, just an ordinary family man. I've a son, a daughter, and a wife. I might be out golfing now if it hadn't been for the rain.
I'm Mrs. Princey. I plan to drive over to the nurseries this afternoon for some arbutus. The borders, you know, but...
Oh, the whole lot of them make me sick. Yes, I'm George, son and heir. I had a date to go punting. Couldn't find the blasted punt in this weather, so I'm home, too.
I'm Millicent. I was going to play croquet. That's how I happened to have a mallet.
Yes, that's the Princey family. We find them at home. Mrs. Princey, Millicent, George sprawled on a couch, Mr. Princey biting on a dry pipe. Their living room is dull and overstuffed. Rain beats at the windows. They are any middle-class family at home on a wet day, except for one small item. As you sit with them in the living room, you can see through the door to the sun porch a pair of men's feet, encased in black boots. They look like the feet of a curate. There's a tenseness in the room. The air is charged with excitement, but the feet are very still.
Don't keep staring at them. Listen to me, all of you. Don't you see? They'd hang her. That's what they do. They'd hang her.
Oh, Fred, it's too awful.
Awful? It's catastrophic. A supposedly sweet, gentle, intelligent girl, respected, loved by the whole village, doing a thing like this. Think of the publicity, the disgrace. You think I'm going to resign from the bench, the vestry, sell out and live in some foggy hotel abroad? Oh, no.
No, I'll kill myself. I will.
Don't be a fool.
Any more than you have been, the governor means.
Be quiet. Wouldn't be so bad if it were you. Everybody in the village knows you're not responsible. George.
Yes?
Get off that couch. Sit up on your spine. You might be of a little use here if you could think.
Listen, Governor, this isn't my funeral.
Oh, shut up. As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
Oh, I can't stand it.
You've got to stand it, my dear. And keep that hysterical note out of your voice. You hear?
Yes.
We are talking about the weather. Now, George.
Yeah?
George, if he fell down the old well, say, striking his head several times, what about it, eh?
I really don't know, Governor. What about it?
Don't be an ass. I'm asking you to think. He'd have had to hit the side several times in 30 or 40 feet and at all the correct angles. No, I'm afraid not. We'll have to go over it all again, Millicent.
Oh, no, Father. No. I couldn't.
Millicent, We must go over it all again.
Oh, Fred, you're torturing her.
Oh, face facts, Mater. With him lying there, there's no use pretending it's a picnic.
They might hang you, Millicent. Oh, stop that shaking. Stop it here. You must stop it. Just keep your voice quiet. Millicent, we are talking of the weather. Now, we will proceed.
I can't. Not with those boots there.
Oh, should have thought of those boots, Millie. I'm not moving them.
Oh, sit up, George. Stop shuffling your feet. Now, Millicent, look at me. Answer me truthfully, you hear? Answer me. You were in the croquet courts.
Yes.
Who knew you were in love with this wretched curate?
Oh, the whole village. They've been sniggering about it at the pub for 3 years past.
What a filthy mess. Millicent, we continue. You were on the croquet court.
Yes.
You were putting the croquet set into its box.
Yes. It was starting to rain. I was carrying the balls and mallets into the sun porch. The box was there.
You heard someone enter the garden gate and come across the yard.
Yes.
Could you see who it was?
Oh, not at first. I was going into the sun porch. I threw down all the mallets but the red one and turned around.
It was Withers?
Yes.
So you called him? Yes. Loudly? Did you call him loudly? Could anyone have heard?
No, Father, I'm sure not. I didn't really call him. I just spoke his name. He saw me as I went to the door. He just waved his hand and came over.
How can I find out from you whether there was anyone about? Whether he could have been seen?
I'm sure not, Father. I'm quite sure.
So, you both went into the sun porch.
Yes. It was raining hard then.
What did he say?
He said, "Hello, Millie," and excuse his coming in the back way, but he'd set out to walk over to Liston.
Yes?
And he said, passing the park, he'd seen the house and suddenly thought of me. And he thought he'd just look in for a moment. He had something to tell me.
Go on.
He said he was so happy, he wanted me to share it. He'd heard from the bishop he was to have a vicarage. And it wasn't only that. It meant he could marry. Then he began to stutter and get all confused. And of course, I thought he meant me.
Don't tell me what you thought. Tell me exactly what he said, nothing else.
Well, oh, dear.
Oh, stop crying. It's a luxury you can no longer afford. Tell me what happened.
He said, no. He said it wasn't me. It's Ella Bragdon Davis. And he was sorry and all that. Then he went to go.
And then?
I went mad. He turned his back. I had the red mallet of the croquet set in my hand. I forgot to drop it in the box when he came.
Did you shout or scream? I mean, as you hit him?
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Did he? Come on, speak up.
No, Father.
And then?
I threw it down. I came straight in here. I went to look for Mother. That's all.
My poor baby.
No one.
Leave the child alone, Fred.
Not such a child, Mater. Millie, I had no idea
Keep
you had...
quiet. I'm thinking. You see, George, he probably told people he was going to Liston. Certainly no one knows he came here, for he didn't decide until he crossed the park. He might have been attacked in the woods. We must consider every detail. A curate with his head battered in.
Don't, Father, don't.
A curate, head battered in. Now, who would want to kill Withers?
Oh, kill Withers? Well, I would with pleasure. How do you do, Mrs. Princey?
Captain Smollett.
Oh, sit down, pray. Mustn't get up for me, Mrs. Princey. You either, Millicent. My word. Just being neighborly on a bad day. I wanted to ask you about those dahlia bulbs, Princey. Took a shortcut on account of the rain and walked right in. Knew you wouldn't mind.
Oh, he heard you, Father.
My dear, we can all have our little jokes. Don't pretend to be shocked. This way, Smollett. This chair, facing the fireplace. Sit down, Mother.
Just straightening the curtains to the sun porch, dear. It looks so gloomy out there. Might as well shut the rain out.
Just talking about a little theoretical cure at killing, Smollett. You know, young people these days like thrillers.
Parsonicide. Justifiable parsonicide. Have you heard about Ella Bragdon Davis? I shall be most properly laughed at.
Why? Why should you be laughed at, Smollett?
No, and a shot in that direction myself. She half said yes, too. Haven't you heard? She told most people. Now it'll look as if I got turned down for a white rat in a dog collar.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, fortune of war.
Yes, fortune of war. Odd how it happens, isn't it? Sit down, Smollett. Millicent, console Captain Smollett with your best light conversation. You too, Mother. George and I have something to look at outside. There's this rain, you know, bad, very bad. Come, George.
Righto, Governor. Maybe we'll need raincoats, what?
Oh, I don't think so. Just make yourself at home, Smollett. Make yourself at home.
A cigarette, Captain Smollett?
Thank you, thank you. Oh, nasty day to be going out.
It's something about the old well, just off the sun porch door, you know. This terrible sodden weather seems to have loosened some of the stones.
Oh, too bad. Dash too bad. Spoils the tennis and croquet, I mean, a day like this. Doesn't it, Millie? Doesn't it, Millie?
Oh, yes, it does.
She was practicing out on the croquet court earlier, but, do pull your chair nearer the fire, Captain. It was so damp, we thought it would be cozy to light it.
Thank you, I'm quite comfortable.
I hope you don't feel too bad about Ella Davis.
Can't always win. Can't see, though, what you women see in these bloodless clerics.
Oh, I always thought Mr. Withers is a very charming man.
Quite agree, but why should anyone want to marry him? You wouldn't want to marry him, would you, Millie?
Not now. That is, are you? Oh, no, of course not.
Smollett.
Yes, Princess. Good Lord, man, you come in on a fellow suddenly.
Guess I did. Oh, don't mind this old double-barreled shotgun. Been working on it. Smollett, may I have your attention for a minute? There's something on the sun porch I'd like to show you.
Why, yes, of course.
Smollett, George and I went out to see if we could shoot some rats which have been driven out of the old well by the high water. Afraid they might get into the house. Now, you must listen to me very carefully. Very carefully, or you will be shot by accident.
Princey, what's got into you?
You heard me ask as you came in, who would kill Withers? You also heard Millicent make a comment, an unguarded comment.
Well, what of it?
Very little. Unless you were to hear that Withers had met a violent end this very afternoon. And that, my dear Smollett, is what you are going to hear.
What? Withers?
Yes.
Who killed him?
Millicent.
Good Lord.
Yes, it's a mess. And of course, you would have remembered and guessed.
Maybe, yes, I suppose I should.
Therefore, you constitute a problem.
Why did she kill him?
Oh, it's one of those disgusting things. Pitiable, too. She deluded herself that he was in love with her.
Good heavens, Millie. Oh, yes, of course, I see.
He had told her about the Davis girl.
I understand.
Now, I have no wish, as you will comprehend, that she should be proved either a lunatic or a murderess. I could hardly go on living here after that.
I suppose not.
On the other hand, you know about it.
Yes, I see that makes me a problem. You're wondering if I could keep my mouth shut. If I promised...
I am wondering if I could believe you.
But if I promised...
If things went smoothly, yes. But not if there was any sort of suspicion, any questioning. You would be afraid of being an accessory.
Why, I don't know.
I do. What are we going to do?
I can't see anything else. You'd never be fool enough to do me in. You can't get rid of two corpses.
Oh, I regard it as a better risk than the other. It could be an accident. Or you and Withers could both disappear. There are possibilities in that.
Listen, you can't.
I can, but there may be a way out. There is. Smollett, you gave it to me yourself.
I did what?
You said you would kill Withers. You have a motive.
Oh, look here, I was joking. Of course you saw that.
You are always joking. Listen, Smollett, I can't trust you. You must trust me, else I will kill you now in the next minute. I mean that. You can choose between dying and living.
Go on.
Now, there's the old well just outside the sun porch door. That's where I'm going to put Withers. No one outside knows he has come up here this afternoon. No one will ever look there for him unless you tell them. You must give me evidence that you have murdered Withers.
I murdered him? Why do you want that?
So that I shall be dead sure that you will never open your lips on the subject.
I see. What evidence?
George, hit him in the face.
Sure.
George, don't!
Keep out of this.
Oh, Captain, you should be more careful. Look what your teeth did to my knuckles.
Again, George.
Okay.
Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, how can you?
Keep quiet. You women keep out of this. I'm sorry, Smollett, but there must be traces of a struggle between you and Withers. Then it will not be altogether safe for you to go to the police.
But can't you take my word, man?
I will when we are finished. George?
Yes?
Get the croquet mallet.
Right, Governor.
Take your handkerchief to it. In there on the sun porch floor.
Yeah. Yes, I got it, Governor. There, Captain. There's the weapon.
As I told you, Smollett. Now, you'll just grasp the end that mashed Withers' head. I shall shoot you if you don't.
But good Lord, you can't. All right.
There. That's it. Now deposit it out by the side of the house. Out of the rain, of course. No. Wait, George.
Yeah?
First, you'd better pull a few hairs out of his head and put them under the nails of Withers' right hand.
Princey, have you gone mad? Do you know what you're doing?
With this gun, yes. Go ahead, George.
Sorry to mush your hair up, Captain.
Oh, shut up, Smollett.
There. That's all we need. Now for Withers, and we'll fix it right up. Be right with you, Governor.
Smollett, you may turn around. Withers is just there in the sun porch. Draw back the curtain.
Good Lord, Princey.
Yes, messy. But we'll get him fixed up. Now, you, Smollett, you've just got to drag him through the door and dump him in the old well.
Just beyond the door, Captain.
I won't touch him. I won't.
All right. Stand aside. Out of range, George.
Right.
Only one place I want this bullet to go.
Father. Oh, Father.
Keep quiet. My aim's none too good.
Wait a minute.
That's better, Smollett. Much better. Go on now. In here. You'll have to take him outside.
By the shoulders ought to do it, Captain.
Keep quiet, George. Go on, Smollett. Go on. You've seen dead men before. Drag him. Drag him. I'll just hold the gun here to make sure that everything goes all right.
Oh, Mother.
Come away from the dim window, dear. Don't look.
But Captain Smollett.
Your father is a very resourceful man, Millicent. I'm sure what he's doing is right.
But the Captain. I can't stand dead.
You mustn't question your dear father.
I say, are you two still at it? There's enough trouble around here without blubbering.
I'm not blubbering, George Princey.
So, you see, Small, everything is perfectly safe. They'll never look in our well. You see how safe it is? I guess it is. Oh, good heavens, man, you're dripping wet. Why didn't you slip your raincoat on? Tea ready, my dear?
In just a minute, dear. I'll ring for Bridget.
Yeah, exactly what you need, Smollett. Cup of tea. Best thing in the world to ward off a cold. Sit down, won't you? Oh, don't mind getting the chair wet. Cigarette? Help yourself. I stick to my pipe, you know. Funny how...
Princey, everything's hot, ma'am.
Oh, Bridget, yes. Put the tray in front of me here, on the table.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
I say, Captain, you've gone and cut your lip.
I just knocked it.
Oh, how dreadful. Here, Bridget,
Yes,
give the captain this cup.
No, thank you. I rather think I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Why, Captain Smollett, without any tea?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Princey, if I could just have my raincoat.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Captain.
Oh, this is very distressing, Smollett, very. Oh, I'll be all right presently, I'm sure.
Here we are now. Let me help you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, young man.
There.
Better go out the front way, Smollett. The walk is dry.
Oh, let me hold the door for you, Captain.
Don't worry, old fellow. Don't worry at all.
No.
Good afternoon. Nothing serious, I imagine. Little rest and he'll be as right as rain. By the way, Millicent, you're not looking any too well.
No, not well at all. I'm sure it was that croquet court. Being outdoors in weather like this is simply foolhardy.
The mater's right, Millie. You saw what happened to Captain Smollett.
Oh, come along, dear. I shall give you a hot foot bath and put you to bed. And a couple of days in bed, and you'll be fine again.
Get plenty of rest, Millicent, and don't worry about a thing. That's the best cure.
Well, I guess I'll have a little rest too, Governor. It's a fine afternoon for a nap.
Indeed it is, son. Well, enjoy yourself. I'll see you later. I'll see you all later.
Your number, please.
Oh, would you get me the police station, please?
Police station? Right away, sir.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Yancey speaking.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. This is Prince here, Abbott's Road. I believe you know me.
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. Princey.
Sergeant, a horrible thing has just happened. Quite extraordinary. Murder, in fact.
Murder?
I'm afraid it looks rather bad for a close friend of ours, unfortunately. We saw him do it. I think you'd better send someone over right away.
Well, our man should be there right about now, Mr. Princey.
I beg your pardon?
I say, our man should be there now. Constable Martin has his post right below your house there. Just rang in. Seems Captain Smollett was with him.
Captain Smollett?
He reported some rather queer goings-on at your place, but I certainly didn't understand it was murder. Just don't touch anything, Mr. Princey. And don't worry. Don't worry at all.
No. No. I won't, Sergeant. Thank you.
Governor, where are you? There's a man
I'm right
outside.
here. Stop shouting.
We have some visitors, Governor.
Oh, yes. Yes, I can see that. Well, Constable, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Princey.
And Smollett, I say what a remarkable fellow you are, coming back like this. Here to reenact the crime?
Only the one against me, Princey. The one against the curate I'll leave to you people.
Extraordinary sense of humor.
Mr. Princey, I just had a look at what's in your well. Not a pretty sight, that. Not pretty at all.
Yes, Captain Smollett was thorough, if nothing else.
You saw him when he did it, sir, out in the back?
Oh, quite. We were just returning from a walk. Smollett evidently had been laying for the curate, hiding out in those bushes by the road, I imagine.
He was never inside this house?
Never.
And you say, Captain?
I say that while I was inside this house, a guest of the family, I was coerced into dragging the curate's body outside and dumping it in the well.
Well, there we are.
Not entirely, Constable. I'll just remove my raincoat. There. And demonstrate how damp I got my clothes when I went outside without it.
No. That's interesting, isn't it?
Quite. He undoubtedly removed his coat at some point between here and your post. I might as well tell you that his weapon, a red croquet mallet, is out by the side of the house. I shouldn't be at all surprised, but that you'd find his fingerprints all over it.
All over the end of the mallet, Constable. The end that mashed Withers' head. And not the end I'd have had to grasp in order to do the mashing.
Governor.
That's a decent try, Smollett, but it won't work. There must be other evidences, Constable. You'll undoubtedly find them when you examine the body.
Oh, he means my hair under Withers' nails. Well, sir, if you look carefully, I believe you'll find a few of my precious hairs under his son's nails, too.
Here, what are you trying
Shut up. Constable, this is an utter waste of time. So far as the violent struggle between Smollett and Withers is concerned, Smollett's face speaks for itself. Quite eloquently, I believe.
Oh, but no more eloquently than your son's knuckles. As you see, Constable, a fresh abrasion. He did that on my teeth. Or did he?
What?
I say, or did he? He might have done that on Withers' teeth.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean.
But I didn't. Governor, he said I...
Oh, keep still, you nitwit. Let me think.
As a matter of fact, George, the more I think of it, the more I'm convinced it was your voice I heard. Quite a vigorous quarrel. Something about the curate jilting your sister.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Smollett.
Very well, Princey. If your son didn't do it, who did?
That's what I'd like to know. How about it, Mr. Princey?
Well, that is a sticker, all right.
George, my boy, it looks like you're elected.
Elected? What do you mean? I didn't do it. Why, I had nothing to do.
Keep your mouth shut, will you?
I won't. I'm not going to take the blame for her. Millie did it. She did it with that mallet. I saw.
You could prove that?
Prove it? Yes. Her fingerprints on the mallet. The handle.
Why, George, don't you remember when you made me touch the mallet? When you picked it up with your handkerchief?
No,
George, I'm sure you wiped that handle clean. Oh, well, I could hardly expect you to remember that if you can't even remember killing the curate.
Governor,
I told you to keep still.
But, Governor, you're not going to turn me over.
As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
Governor,
You shouldn't have done it, son. You really shouldn't.
No, George, that was definitely wrong. I say, Princey, I think I'll have that cup of tea after all. Nothing like it in weather like this.
Wet Saturday, from the short story by John Collier. You have just heard the second in Columbia's new series, a series designed to bring you the best in thrill entertainment. Outstanding dramas from the field of fiction and radio, stage and screen. Dramas of pure suspense. This Columbia feature is produced and directed by Charles Vanda, with script by Harold Medford and score by Bernard Herrmann. Be with us again next week at this same time when we present Suspense. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Check, testing 1, 2. Ah, fuck it. Good morning, everyone. Oh, it's hot. That's good. Sweet and hot. Good morning, Joey. How you doing today? On your way home, doing the walk. Totally, man. That's great, man. I walked here this morning. I did. I walked to work this morning. I got up out of my bed in there and walked in here. Hey. Totally, man. So, I uploaded a bunch more videos yesterday for the 4th of July. So officially, for the 4th of July, starting at 4 a.m., Black American Odyssey, Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad, Hearts and Hands of Black America in Search of a Past, In White Collar America, what do we got? Legacy, the Year of the Bicentennial, The South, the American Revolution of 1963, Open Mind, 1976, Sermons in Wood, Sons of Liberty, the Boston Tea Party, Splash Celebration, July 4th, 1914, and the 70s, 1976, the bicentennial year. So, good morning, William Welsh. Cheers. I do not recognize your handle. Do we know each other? What's up? Oh, cool, Susie. I love Susie. What's up, dude? You're a fellow deadhead, huh? That's bitchin' stuff, man. Yeah, I've done a little bit of dead. A couple of weeks ago, we did a Grateful Dead show where I kind of showed off all of my Grateful Dead paraphernalia stuff. But yeah, I'm just a guy who sits here in the morning and drinks coffee and smokes pot and talks about his life. And oh boy, what a fun life it's been. So today, at some point, probably around 6 o'clock, we are going to listen to You Are There from You Are There in Philadelphia, 1776, July 4th. No, I am not in Cleveland. I do have friends in Ohio. I got a friend, Hiram. If you find me on Facebook, then you'll see where I'm at. No, I am in Joshua Tree, California, Southern California. Yeah, I am out here in the desert. Because out here they don't remember your name. There ain't no one for to give you no pain. Oh! Yeah, baby. So, oh, my hat. Okay. Right. My hat is kind of part of my red, white, and blue get-up for the day, for the week. I got my Snoopy pants on, my Snoopy shirt, and my Cleveland Indians hat. This is the same hat, isn't it, that they used on the movie what was that movie called? What's his face? You know, Winning. He was Winning. He played Wild Thing in the movie. What's the name of the movie? Go ahead. I'll let you work on that. Get back to me. Anyway, in that movie, this was the baseball team, right? Totally. I have to let you have a couple of seconds here, because between when I'm talking and it going live onto YouTube, there's like a 30-second delay. Major League. Hey, there you go. See? There we go. The U2 soundtrack. Actually, I don't. U2. What is that, like the Undertaker sequel? U2? No. No. I don't listen to YouTube. Charlie Sheen, that's him. Winning. Totally. Now there's somebody I'd like to meet and hang out with. Totally. Not because I want to just sit around and get wasted or, you know, whatever it is that people party on these days. I don't know. Oh, the Joshua Tree album. Gotcha. No, actually, I've never heard that album. I have seen, what is it, Desert Heat with Jean-Claude Van Damme, which is filmed out in this area, and they have downtown Joshua Tree and a bunch of other notable sites. Yeah, Tiger Blood, baby. Oh, yeah. What I want is some original Tiger's Milk. The powdered Tiger's Milk stuff from back in the 70s. That's what I want. I'd love to get a real can of powdered Tiger's Milk. Oh, that would be awesome. Or if anybody can come up with the recipe, because nowadays you can just find just about anything, and I imagine there is a recipe for Tiger's Milk, which is just a supplement. It's just a supplement, a nutritional supplement. So let me turn off this air because it's cold and it's blowing right on me. Joey made it home. Whoop, 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 whoop. So Joey is in Virginia and he's been here 3 times. He's actually come here to Joshua Tree to hang out 3 times. So, hey, William Welsh, anytime you're ready to come by and hang out, let me know. We'll hook you up. We'll hook you up, brother. I'm always inviting people out here. Nobody ever comes. Joey is the only one who has ever come out here via an invitation. And not even my family. I invited my family. I'll pay. I'll rent you a house. I'll fill it full of food. I'll pay for your plane ticket. Nothing. North Carolina. Nice. Well, we're just spread out. Maybe Hiram will show up because he is in Cleveland. Well, in Ohio, anyway. I'm not sure where he is in Cleveland. Anyway, you can find me on Facebook, and I urge Susie to find me on Facebook too, because, you know, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. No, not Jackson. Not Myers. Okay, so if you look on Facebook, you can find me. And my icon, my little picture, is just a happy face with a twisted grin and red eyes. Thank you for asking, William. This is an Ibanez Geo. I picked it up this year, ordered it, went to Guitar Center and ordered it, and picked it up at Guitar Center. So mainly so I could check it out to make sure it was in good shape, have them look at it, say, is it okay? Should I send it back? Because I wanted them to deal with the shipping, right? It's smart. So I got it and I brought it home and gave it to Pat, who is Pat Tremble, who is a guitar tech. And he took it and he gave it the works. And he set it up so that it's like, it's got a professional setup on it. Oh, you're not on Facebook. Well, I apologize. A lot of people are on like multiple platforms, while I am on Instagram and what is that other one? Oh, that other one. TikTok. I don't use it. I signed up in hopes that I was going to set stuff and send it out to these different platforms to get people to come to YouTube. But I I can't get past YouTube. It's like I'm here at YouTube, I'll get on Facebook and I'll let people know that I'm here and what I'm doing. And every once in a while on Facebook, I'll leave a post. But other than that, I'm just here. So it is a really great guitar. I got it because, oh man, it is a little dusty. It's been sitting there. I got it because it came with the Floyd Rose style tremolo with the locking nut at the top and the tuning stuff down here at the bottom. And it is just it's a great guitar. It's fun. It needs to be dusted and cleaned. And I have another one here. Let me switch. Let me put this one down. My acoustic Ibanez. And put this guy up here on the wall. So now it'll look like this in here. What a disaster, huh? This is my studio. This is where I do my stuff, where I collect all of my old crap. It is a shredding guitar, and occasionally I pick it up and play it. I haven't owned an electric guitar since high school. I'm 56. So I never really learned how to play really well. But lately, I just had the Jones to pick up and fiddle with an electric guitar. So it wasn't all that expensive. It really wasn't. It was cheaper than my drum set that I bought new because I wanted to bang on some drums. So I ordered a Ludwig kit. Oh, see, there you go. You use Instagram to show your art. Paintings. Great. Well, if you ever decide to get onto Facebook, hit me up, because I use Facebook pretty much to get in contact with people, to let people know what I'm doing, and to use Facebook Messenger, because people can contact me on Facebook Messenger that maybe I don't necessarily want them to have my phone number to text me, and it's the same thing. I can do just a text or phone or a video chat on Messenger, and nobody has to be any the wiser, as where I am. So that's kind of neat. I keep some family on there, so they don't call me on my phone. That wouldn't be good. So today we have the record of the day is, let me get this out of the way, one of my favorites, Brenda Lee. And it has, of course, it's got I'm Sorry on it. I'm sorry, so sorry. There you go. All right, so there's Brenda Lee. This one is from, I don't have my bifocals on, and they never put the date in the same place on these things. All right, I'm going to say it's from the 50s, right? Could it be? I don't know. Well, we're going to find out. So here's Brenda Lee with, I believe, what is her debut album, if I'm not mistaken. And if I am, Irish coffee? No, I don't drink enough. I don't eat enough food to drink alcohol. What are you? You don't want to get buzzed? No, I just don't get enough calorie intake to be able to combat the alcohol in my system. Now, pot, that's different. I smoke a lot of pot, believe me. No, I just have regular coffee, caffeine. That's it. Sweet Italian cream, some milk, nothing fancy. Snoopy on my cup. That's fancy. That's fancy. Let's see. Yeah, she is cute. She's a looker. She's a cutie. Let's see if we can get her overhead a little bit. Hey, there she is. Hey, Brenda Lee. All right, so now I am on YouTube, and I'm gonna pop open the tuber, gonna pop open the tuber. Well, I'd like to see your art, William. So at some point, you know what? I think you can get Messenger on Facebook. Oh no, I guess you do have to sign up in order to have a profile and all that. Well, if you ever do. I would shoot you my text, my phone number, but it's the whole world. Yeah, like the whole world's watching. All right, Brenda Lee, full album. Let's see what that does. Hey, and there it is, playlist 12. All right. This is Brenda Lee. So I am sharing this from the Brenda Lee YouTube channel. That's what it says. I don't know if it means that it's just somebody who's devoted to Brenda Lee content, which is probably the case, because I don't think Brenda Lee is still around. No. No, sirree. Nope. Okay, paste. But I've been wrong before. And then pop this guy in here. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to, since it shows me nothing here. Biography. There she is. No, not the biography. Not the biography. Come on. Brenda Lee. I just want to search. That's all I want to do. There we go. She's 80 years old. My God, she's still alive. Oh my God. No way. No fucking way, man. I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh. Are you kidding me? This fucking phone. I hate this fucking phone. I swear to God. This is about the stupidest. I'm used to a Samsung, and my daughter gave me this Apple phone, and it just takes me everywhere I don't want to fucking go. Alright, I just want to look at the fucking albums. There you go. Brenda Lee, 1960. Thank you. God damn. There we go. Full album. Boom. Okay, there you go. There's a playlist with the full album there, and it is the Brenda Lee channel, so let's hope that is the real Brenda Lee, or at least someone from her camp, right? So there you go. I'm going to load up a bong here, and feel free to talk amongst yourselves. No, really. We went out yesterday. I try not to go out, especially here in the desert when it's hot, middle of the day, that kind of shit. I took my wife out yesterday morning and dropped her at a friend of hers who is like really redoing her house. So my wife is doing stuff on the inside, and she's got guys doing stuff on the outside, and they're just really going at it, right? So she spent a couple hours over there yesterday helping her to do windows and that kind of stuff. So that's pretty cool. And then when I picked her up, we came home, had some lunch, and then, I don't know, about 1 or 2, my daughter got up. And we decided, okay, let's take the dogs to get their nails done. Because when little Oliver's nails get really long, it really starts to make his toes push weird, and it makes him walk funny, right? So we can't let him go too long without getting at least his front nails done. His back ones do okay. Sam, He's always using his feet, so his nails get ground down pretty good. It's just his back leg dew claws. Those curl up, and if you don't trim those, it'll twist around and go right into his dew claw toe. So it's a bummer. So every couple of weeks to a month or so, we throw the dogs in the van and take them to the it's a great little place in town. It's like $15, $5 a piece, right? It's awesome. We used to take them to the vet, and it was like $20-something a piece. And then they kept raising the price at the vet. And then one day we went in there to get their trim, and the lady said, okay, in order for us to see your dogs again, we're going to have to give them a full exam, and that's going to cost me, and I'm like, excuse me? I've been coming in here for over a year, getting these dogs' nails done. And every time I come in, it's almost $1 more, right? It started in the teens, and now it's almost $30 a visit. And now you want to charge me $100 and some odd just so that you can bring them. I said, no, fuck you guys. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And I gave them a bad review. As soon as the head vet saw the bad review, she called me, apologized, and said that it was a mistake and that they'd love to see our dogs. Yeah, I'll bet it. $27 fucking a visit. 3 dogs. Fuck you. I can't do it because they get aggressive, and I don't want to be the enemy. I don't want to be the bad guy. I let somebody else fucking do it. Let them be the bad guy. They don't fuck with anybody else. They fuck with me. So I told them, you know what? No. And, well, what about the bad review? I said, you keep your fucking bad review. It's to let other people know that you guys are fucking idiots. So now we take our dogs to this couple of girls in town who have a nice little grooming shop, a tiny little hole in the wall, something that they can afford to rent, and they got really good prices, and they have a really high volume turnover. And they got some really nice, sweet girls in there taking care of dogs, so it's great. It's a win-win for us, especially me. 15 minutes into town, $15. You know, it's awesome. And they love to go out now. And it's great in the van because they can run around and into the back and look up the windows. Yeah, and now that the air conditioner is working really well in the van, it's awesome. It's awesome. I was born and raised here in Southern California. That's why I got this here accent. Yeah, hear me now. I'm from California. I was born and raised. Think about it now and listen to me later. Hey, Marge, he's doing it again. Leave alone, Harry. He's adventurous. He's a schmuck. No, really. Yeah, I've been out here my whole life. I'm ready to leave, though. After I got married in the early 2000s, actually it was 99 I got married. A couple of years later, we moved to northern Nevada, and we spent a few years up there working. And then we came back down to Southern California, kind of bounced around a little, and then wound up here in Joshua Tree, and we have been in Joshua Tree since, I don't know when. My daughter was in the 1st grade when we moved here, and now she's gone through 2 years of college, and she's just about ready to start her 2nd year at the university. So that'll tell you how long we've been out here. We've been in this place, for several years, I believe, since she was in junior high. So, bong hit. Yeah. A toast. I'm a regular Jonathan Winters. I love it. That's great, buddy. Who's it? Who's Jonathan Winters? Jonathan Winters. Yeah. No, Jonathan Winters. I love Jonathan Winters. I think I have some of him on radio. I loved seeing him do stuff with Robin Williams. I wasn't a big fan of Mork, but when Jonathan Winters came on the show, wow, the way they went back and forth. They're like ad-lib masters together. Yeah, that's great. I loved it when Jonathan Winters came on the Johnny Carson show wearing a full North Civil War costume. It was a big guy. Oh man, he looked like a general. Oh, Bo Derek. Yeah, that's one of the movies we talked about recently. Was 10. Bo Derek. Yeah, she's one of my favorites. That Tarzan, The Legend of Greystoke, where they oil her up in white mud. Oh baby, oh baby. Swing. Yeah, I'm telling you. Hear me now and think about her every time. Oh man, now you got me thinking about her. Oh jeez, I better set her aside here, because down, boy, down. So at about 6, I think we're going to listen to the You Are There, Philadelphia, July 4, 1776. It is the radio show that, of course, predates the TV show with Walter Cronkite, which is a great show. I used to watch the You Are There series, pieces of it, in school. If we were studying something, they would bring in an episode of You Are There that had the date that we were studying. It was pretty awesome stuff. And it was neat to be a modern person thrust into the past, being able to talk to people and interview people like there was no barrier, like you were actually time traveling. Oh, okay. I'm wondering what that video is. I've got a lot of videos. There's boxes of videos in my storage that I haven't even looked at. I've got boxes of DVDs that I haven't even looked at. I'm hoping that I can dig up some Jonathan Winters here in my little humble studio. I just cannot recall if I have any Jonathan Winters. I might actually have something on LP or 8-track. I've got a shitload of comedy. Just a shitload of comedy on LP and 8-track. A moment of silence for 8-track tapes. Cartridges. Crap, man. If I was doing Irish coffee, I would be wasted right now. I haven't got the body fat. I just don't. I had my teeth removed at the beginning of the year, so my eating has really changed, and I only get about 1,700 calories a day. So alcohol is out. I'm sure I'm punishing my liver enough with all the pot that I smoke. Totally. So we began the week talking about Robbie Rist and some of the stuff that he's done. And we watched a made-for-TV movie called The Ransom of Red Chief. Let's see. Don Rickles, Robin Williams were the fastest, most accurate yeah, they were the wittiest. And before that, it was Groucho Marx. He was the king of wit. No matter what you said to him, he had a comeback. He had that line. He could take any comment, any person, anything and absorb it and spit it back at you so quick. There was kind of a loosely based club, right, of really intelligent, witty guys, right? In fact, but what was one of the things that oh, it does. It hurts your liver too, because it goes into your bloodstream, and your blood is cleaned out by your liver. So your liver pretty much takes the hit. Your body, your human body is a filter, right? So one of the things that courses through your entire body with every single toxin is your blood. And of course, your blood is filtered out by your liver. So your lungs, of course, affected because you immediately destroying the lungs with the smoke. And then it goes into your blood, which affects your arteries and your veins, and then your heart, and that leads to heart disease, of course. And then that blood has to go through your liver. So if you're only smoking a couple of pipe loads or a couple of joints or something a day, that's one thing. I smoke about a half an ounce a week, at the least. So I know my liver has got to be pretty big. But I digress. And I think I got to heat up my coffee. But yeah. Yeah, they were scared about Rickles. Totally, anybody. And you never knew what he was going to say or who he was going to say, but he was really Mr. Lovable, right? He was the nicest guy in the world. He was like the Archie Bunker show. He's throwing the world's hate and division and divisiveness right back in your face, right? So you have no choice but to either laugh and accept the fact that you're being an idiot, or stick to your guns and be mad about Rickles, you know? And if you're mad about Rickles, you're mad at yourself, you know? Yes, I did see that documentary, and the one just before he died where he's actually in it. And what was really great was the black guy that he hired long time ago to be his announcer and to announce him as Mr. Wonderful, right? And he kept that guy. He took him on tour with him everywhere he went, and he was the only guy that could announce Rickles. I loved that. Yeah, sweetheart of a guy. His best friend was oh, you know who I'm talking about. You watch the show, Bob Newhart, right? I've got a lot of Bob Newhart on record for sure. Bob Newhart was a genius. He could just pick up a phone and start talking to nobody. And that was great. In fact, that's one of the things that I'm probably going to be doing here soon is this, right? Yeah, you don't say. I told her 3 times. If she can't get it right, then send her over, and I'll instruct her again on how to do it. Okay? No. You can't give demerits. What is this? The Scouts? No, you can't use. This is not kindergarten either. Look, send her over and I'll talk to her. Okay? She's wearing what? So what, this is Halloween now? Tell her, no. First of all, tell her before she gets here, get rid of the tutu. And then, what? She's crying? Why is she crying? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, put her on. No, don't put her on. I'll send my secretary over to get her. Just a second. Marge, could you please... Why are you crying? You were listening? Oh, jeez, I'll be right out. There you go. It's that easy. So I think I'm going to introduce the telephone in the mornings when I start my show. I got to go heat up my coffee, because if I don't, it's just going to get colder and colder, and I'm going to get older and older. All right. I'll be right back. You can hear me. Okay. You can hear me. Oh, okay, drop something. All righty. Totally, man. Totally. Eventually I'll get my shit straightened up in here, and I'll bring my coffee cup warmer and set it down. You know what? I have, back way long time ago, I listened to a little bit of Jerky Boys, but it wasn't really my speed. Have you heard any Phil Hendry? Phil Hendry is more my speed. I don't know if he's a Southern California thing or whether he went national, but he did prank calls on himself. And he would be in the studio, and he would call himself as a man or a woman. And he would have these conversations back and forth with himself on the radio. And it was phenomenal, because he would do these women's voices, right? And you know, people would tune in and would think that he was having a real conversation with somebody and just going at each other tooth and nail. And it was hilarious. And I used to listen to him on, what was it, KNX 1070 or 640 or 540 or something. KFI, I think it was. And he just had a little spot on the radio. And I never saw him do anything else until I heard him on Futurama. He plays Free Waterfall Senior, Free Waterfall Junior, Free Waterfall Junior's sister. And it's just, he plays a bunch of characters that are the same family line, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious. They're all hippie protester type. It's great. If you get a chance, if you haven't watched any of the Futurama, watch the whole damn series. It's been rebooted again, because it just will never die. I wish Simpsons would. I mean, they should, instead of killing off Marge, they should have just killed off the whole damn show. But they don't want to give up that dollar, right? I was done with Simpsons after season 10 or whenever they did that movie. I'm like, yeah, this is a great cap. And nope. They came back and again and again and again and again and again. I'll have to check out some Jerky Boys. Like I said, I haven't heard it since way back when. What was that, the 90s or something? Yeah. Never saw the movie. I'm one of those guys that if you tell me, you know, oh man, everybody is doing it, you gotta watch it, or you gotta listen to it, or you gotta, you have to, I just walk away. I'm not into that kind of fad thing where, You know, you have to, I don't have to understand catchphrases that everybody's using, right? It took me a while to watch Forrest Gump to understand life is like a box of chocolates. It's like, okay, you know, but everybody kept saying these things from certain movies, Caddyshack. It wasn't until the 2000s that I watched Caddyshack. I still haven't seen The Big Lebowski because everybody's, oh my God, The Big Lebowski. Then I'm saying all these things from this, like, I'll pass. But that's just the way I am. I've been that way since I was a little kid. If you tell me to do something and I have to do it, chances are you're never going to see me do it, ever. My wife's like that, or she knows that I'm like that. So therefore, if she wants me to do something, she knows that she can't tell me, you have to do this, because it'll never get done. It'll just never get done. That's just one of my character traits or character flaws, if you will. It's just the way it is. Just the way I am. No. So, you know, whatever. Oh, John Leguizamo. I like him. Sid the Sloth on the Ice Age movies. Probably one of the most favorite things from John Leguizamo. Just because, yeah. I'm sure there are some other things, but that one always, as soon as I think of Sid the Sloth, I can't think of anything else by John Leguizamo. I just can't. He's just too funny. That voice. Yeah. Funny stuff. Holy hell. What in the Sam tarnation is... Oh, it's pot. Oh, look, I can do a bong hit. Hey, that's right. This is my YouTube show. And since smoking marijuana has become illegal in most of these here United States, the fuck do I care what people think of me, you know? You can either hate me or not. You don't have to like me. Well, you don't have to hate me either. I mean, come on. And I'm not forcing anyone to do stuff against their will. I'm just not. If you want to, go ahead, join me. If not, live vicariously through me. Or avert your eyes and ears while I do my bong hit. And my cough. My Sucrets box. I think I need an Anison. Okay, some of the things on my desk here. Anison. My roach clip. Oh, look, and there's a roach in there from camping. A camping roach. Pack of zigzags from the 1970s. And some old Circle K matches. That's my time travel kit. That's my portable time travel kit. I take these items here. I stick them in my pocket. And then there's my time travel kit. And now I can cruise around and feel like I have a connection to the past. Yeah. A ghetto clown, sexaholics, his stand-up, 10 different characters at the same time, all completely different people voice. Oh, wow. That does sound great. That does sound great. And I do love John Leguizamo's body of work. What am I thinking of? Oh, it's the one, what is it? The Summer of Sam? The one about the son of Sam, where he's just one of the kids in the ghetto. Am I thinking of the right thing? I don't know. I don't know. Some of the newer movies, like post-1980s, to me, that's new. Anything in the 90s is kind of in purgatory. But everything post 1980s is all kind of a new blur to me. I pretty much exist in the 1980s, and my tie back is the 70s and the 60s and before. So yeah, it's hard for me to grab onto anything after the 80s. It just really is. Yeah, I would think so. He is more of a live guy. Like I said, I've seen a couple of his movies, and you're right. When you're locked into one character and a set of predetermined lines and marks, and yeah, it's nothing like improvisation or stand-up. I totally get that. Totally. Snoopy, baby. Uncle Buck. Yeah, who was he in Uncle Buck? He wasn't in Uncle Buck, was he? Don't tell me he was the clown. No. Oh yeah, my wife was just talking about Uncle Buck. We were looking around through stuff, and I showed her John Candy, and she said, "Is that Uncle Buck?" And my wife was born and raised in Mexico, so for her to say, "Yeah, John Candy," that was pretty cool. Yeah, John Candy, Uncle Buck, I get it. One of my favorite John Candy movies. Well, I can't watch it a lot, because when I watch a movie with somebody in it whose life has been cut short, I get sad, I get depressed, so it's hard for me to stay upbeat watching a movie. It's hard for me to watch anything with Robin Williams in it. It really is. Every once in a while I can put on something with Robin Williams and watch it, but for the most part I just see the sad clown, and him hiding the fact that he's just really, really sad about a lot of shit. And I did the same thing my whole life, was make jest, because I didn't want to deal with my own inner turmoil, right? Yeah, he did. He worked with the Groundlings and Second City Television. And if you watch Second City TV, SCTV, a lot of what they were doing was scripted improvisation. So they would just go out there and they would improvise, and they would take all of the best and create with that, much like they do on Saturday Night Live, or they used to. And after the first Not Ready for Primetime Players, it kind of changed. It became more about the individual writing a scene and trying to get it out there and get it on TV. In the early days of SNL, it became that, but in the early days, it was more about the group getting together and creating a scene, a skit. And if you look at before SNL, you look at some footage of John Candy and Bill Murray, not John Candy, but John Belushi and Bill Murray and Gilda Radner together before Saturday Night Live. And there you go. Check it out, yeah. So yeah, if you look up, John Belushi before Saturday Night Live, you see some weird shit. But he was like the captain. He was like the captain of everybody. Hey, Susie. Good morning, freaky girl. What's up? It's like a regular reunion here. What's going on up in here, man? Well, I think I'll get another bong hit together while we talk amongst ourselves. So I have yet to dig up some 1984 Olympics stuff. I've got a couple of things. I've got that album, the 1984 Olympics album, right? Where they contracted to. I love it in the comments there. Woohoo! That's awesome. It was just serendipitous. It just happened. What else do I have? 1980. Oh, I've got a mug. I think I've got a coffee mug, an 84 Olympics coffee mug. But not too much. Not too much. I love it when a not planned plan comes together, right? That's awesome. What is that, some kind of coincidence? Yeah. Hear me. I'm thinking Joey might have vegged out. Maybe he's on the couch, or maybe Joey is just eating breakfast, or in his case, dinner. Or maybe he's decided to take a shower and go to sleep, or just pass out. And if that's the case, I'm glad for him that he actually get some rest. A moment of silence for rest, something that I don't get. I was up way too early this morning, got to sleep way too late. But hey, so back in the 1970s, 60s, 70s, 80s, there was a casino. Hey, there's Joey. There was a casino in my hometown. It was a Sahara Dunes casino, and it was an actual casino. Of course, the dollar amounts were really low. And there we go. Sahara Dunes, Elsinore, 50 cents. It didn't have more like than dollar chips or something. Most of the chips were like pennies. This white one, this is a dime, right? So these are 50-cent chips. They're not really big, high gambling stakes, but we did have a casino. And heavy. 1984. Oh my gosh. Did I just reference 1984? Anywho. In Lake Elsinore, California, to the Sahara Dunes? Get out of here. That would have to have been back in the 80s. I think is the last time it was the actual. Now it's Lake Elsinore Casino. But back then it was the Sahara Dunes Casino in Lake Elsinore, right on the 15 freeway. Before there was a 15 freeway there, it was there. And I actually worked there in 1980. Oh gosh, 1984. That is heavy. Oh, get out of here. I was 15, so it was pretty early in my career. The Sahara in Las Vegas. That's what I figured. We used to have a little casino in our hometown. They actually in 80 something, when MTV was first getting rolling, they did their MTV parties, and they would have parties all over the country, right? And then they would go live here, and then go live there, and then go live. And they set up in our hometown, Lake Elsinore, at the casino, which was a pretty big deal because we were like nobody. But since we were like an adjunct of Hollywood, because a lot of Hollywood people would come and vacation and live and have little homes out in our area. So starting back in the like 20s and 30s. Amy McPherson, the evangelist from the 1920s, she built a castle out in Lake Elsinore. What's his name? Bela Lugosi had a house in Lake Elsinore. The guy who did Tarzan, what was his name? Johnny Weissmuller. He had a place in Elsinore. Various people and musical groups used to come through town. Bill Ward, drummer of Black Sabbath, used to date a friend's mother. I mean, it was like a weird town. I once got picked up hitchhiking by David Crosby. Crosby, Stills and Nash, drunk as a skunk in an old 50s station wagon. Station wagon just filled with crap, beer cans at the floor, and I'm like, oh shit. I gotta ask to get out early because he's drunk and I don't want to be in the car with. But it's David fucking Crosby. And yeah, it was weird. It was a heavy shit. Serial killers were big at that time in our area. They used to dump bodies off in the mountains on the Ortega Highway. Drugs, speed was really coming to its own back in the early 80s, and it was heavy in the town. I lost a lot of people to that. See, now that I don't understand. I don't understand that comment. So you're writing a comment. It gets to me 30 seconds later after I was talking, and I'm like, I don't know what a context to that. But that's just because this is fast and I'm slow and my brain is like in reverse. I'm reverse Van Winkle here. So we can take a vote on it that we can put on this radio play at some point at 6, or just put it on and have it in the background. But it is You Are There. Oh, nice. That must have been amazing. Sammy Davis Jr., Jerry Lewis, B.B. King. Back, I'm going to have to say that would have been back in the 70s or 80s. Probably the 70s, right there, William. That's heavy. That is heavy. That is cool, man. Yeah, pardon me while I adjust myself with some coffee. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the old mustache wipe there, which it's inevitable. It's an elephantable. Yeah, that's it. Oh, we got some comments here. My favorite part of 1984 is that scene with Winston and Sin in the canteen eating together. Oh, so you saw them in 1988, William, at the Sahara. That's cool. And then Susie's talking about the movie 1984. And I do remember that movie. I have not seen it in forever. Yeah, DJs were cool. The morning DJs that we had in the 80s were pretty crazy. If you're from Southern California, you remember a radio station, KMET. Praise Jesus. I don't know what that comment means, but praise Jesus. He does my gardening. And we call him a Jesus. So, yeah. 1984. I don't remember much about that movie. Jonathan Hurt. There you go, John Hurt. And the husband of Elizabeth Taylor for like 6 times. What was his name? That guy. Yeah. Anywho, back in 1983, we saw the death of KMET 94.7, a radio station out here in Southern California that had only been around for, I don't know, 12, 15 years or so. I'm not too sure, but it hadn't been alive for too long compared to other radio stations. Oh, the Elephant Man. We were just talking about the Elephant Man at some point recently on my show. And where is it? Here it is. Here's my Betamax copy of The Elephant Man. Here. And this is a rental copy from the 1980s. And I haven't watched it yet. More than likely, I usually watch a digital copy somewhere so I don't have to screw with these and run the risk of damage. Or, I think I've got a couple of machines that I need to dust out and clean the heads. And other than that, they work great. So, I wish we could do some watch parties, because I've got a lot of stuff. I've got like 100 movies on digital file on a hard drive that I keep so that I can take it with me and plug it into a TV and just watch whatever I want. And it'd be nice to do it like a private watch party and have a bunch of people hanging out watching, an old movie, 1984, or The Elephant Man, or Bugsy Malone, or one of my favorite movies, Over the Edge. That'd be cool. And we have the technology to do that. It can be like a private time machine, So gosh darn it, that's neat. 1984 is one of those movies that I am going to have to... Wait. What have I never seen? Okay, you're going to have to come back to me on that. You've never seen it. Wow. If we're talking David Lynch, then we're talking about The Elephant Man. And yes, I have seen it. I haven't seen that copy of The Elephant Man. I first saw The Elephant Man back in it had just come out, and we got to watch it in school. Our teacher brought it in on video cassette and made us watch the entire movie, The Elephant Man. And I loved it because, I am not an animal. I am a human being. And when I was a kid, I was treated like an animal. I was treated like garbage, right? Oh, somebody's still tripping hard. Yeah, baby, every time I wake up, I'm tripping. Because, every moment alive is like a hallucination. Yeah, that was a great film. I haven't seen it in some time, but I have seen it. And the first time I saw it, I was a little kid. Stuff like that used to affect me really heavy, because I was always bullied and ridiculed and treated differently. And even in my own family, I was kept differently than my brother and sister. So, my hair was matted, I was dirty, my clothes were dirty, my siblings weren't. I was treated differently, mentally, emotionally, physically. I was different. So I would get that at home, and then I'd go to school and I'd get the same thing. And then I'd go out into the world and I'd get the same thing. So when I'd see these things in the media, it would really hit me heavy. Like that movie that we watched and discussed, Cipher in the Snow, which your reference to snow made me think of that. And if you haven't watched Cipher in the Snow, watch it. It's wow. I'll have to make it available on my channel, because right now it's not. It's private, because it's one of those private things. What did Susie ingest? Come on. Do we have to ask? Yeah. Hear me now and think about it later. Are you shrooming, man? Totally. Yeah. Order me 16 shroom bags. You know what size, dumbass. Are you going to ask that? Just tell him 16. That's all you got to tell him. He'll know what to bring. Why you got to fight me on this? You're the receptionist. I'm the Marge. Hello, Is this thing on? Well, listen. Just call and tell him 16. Hello, Dave. Yeah, he said 16 next time. That's all you got to do. Thank you. Goodbye. Whoop. Oh, Susie. Yeah, we're just talking about the good old what do they call that? Hallucinogens, man. I know Jen. I used to hang out with Jen all the time, man. Jen who? Hallucinogen. This is cool, dude. That's like, wow. Yep. That's right. Oh, look, he's going in for another bud. Another bud. Another bud. This one. This one. No, this one. No, this one. No, this one. What is it? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. All right. This is a good one. Some designer weed, man. Some designer weed, man. I like really good, dense, hard-packed buds with a lot of green and red. That's my favorite stuff. Soundtrack for the night. I love that. What was your soundtrack for the night? Mine? I don't usually, unless my daughter's involved, I don't usually have a soundtrack. But I'm curious. What did Susie listen to? Yeah, baby. All right, so it's after 6, and we haven't started. Ooh, heard it in a love song. Heard it in a love song. Heard it in a love song. Can't be wrong. And then the guitar. Totally, man. Totally. Heard it in a love song. Heard it in a love song. Now I'm going to have that in my head all day. Can't be wrong. I got that album here somewhere. I got a whole bunch of Marshall Tucker. Tarshall Mucker. Stop that. Cut that out. Okay. What am I doing here? I don't know. You are there. You are there. July 4th. What did I do with it? I guess it's just this soundtrack. Oh, there it is. Alright. Well, I'm going to put this on, and we'll just kind of have it in the background. Mainly because I promised I was going to put it on, and I don't want to break my promise. So I'm going to put on this video, and we'll take a look at it for a second. Just a second. Rockin' the Casbah. Oh.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this 4th evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to...
Hey, brother, have a good night. I will talk to you soon. Can't wait for you to come visit again. It'd be great. And let's see, let's catch up on these comments here. Weird song, Getting Off Acid. Yeah, totally. Fire on the Mountain. Cool.
1776, the State House in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You are there. John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial
just a bunch of raucous, rowdy partying guys. All right, I'm gonna have that in the background because I just feel like I don't feel like. Yeah, don't go away, Matt. Just go away, bro. Good night, Joey. The sound of marijuana.
We hurried from the end of this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along.
What do we got here? Nothing better than our forefathers. So soothing. Yeah. Actually, I got 5 fathers. I don't know how that happened. I don't know. But my genes are all... They're all confused. I'm just happy my daughter turned out normal. If, you know, whatever normal is. Because I ain't that.
That it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper...
Yeah, that's what I really dug about Marshall Tucker Band, was the flute. Also, Firefall. If you're into Firefall, the flute is prominent in that band as well. You're a surplus. Yes, he appears to be a surplus. That's awesome. There you go.
Indeed, the declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams, Mr. Dickinson,
Yeah, in 1976, man, bicentennial shit was really heavy.
He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a...
Is she not on OnlyFans yet? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what OnlyFans is, so...
Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born
yeah.
well. He received his education at
Cheers.
Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence.
I'm going to get some more coffee.
That all political
I'll be right back.
Can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Adams have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson! Yes? Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
If you please,
intended
Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices. But no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well lodged.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson.
Oh my God.
The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has
well, so far it looks like there is nothing planned for our household on July 4th. So if everything remains the same, I will be going live in the morning and staying live all day and all night, barring any hardcore technical difficulties or any things that may pop up that require me to leave, right?
And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will.
Raccoons. That's great, Charlie Daniels Band. It's great that the Grateful Dead have done so many covers. You don't know where they begin and where they end. It's awesome.
And now, tonight,
My dog acts like a raccoon when I come home. He bounces on his back legs, standing up with his little fat paws bouncing up in the air, and his little weird circles around his eyes, and it makes me want a raccoon. And he's getting fat too, so he's starting to really resemble a fat raccoon. Yeah. But back in 1976, I remember the whole bicentennial thing really, really well. So it's got a big place in my heart, and I've got a shitload of bicentennial paraphernalia, among other piles of crap. So we're going to go through a bunch of it on Friday and just spend the day going through stuff. I see these emojis, raccoons. I might even put in my teeth. Yeah. There's just never enough time. Really. I'm always just waking up or just eating or just going to sleep. Running out of the house. Yeah. But I've got a shitload of content ready to watch. And we're going to watch stuff all day, and we're going to share stuff all day. While I have stuff on the screen, I'll be setting stuff up for in between. No, I am not near Slabtown. Slabtown would probably be like an hour and a half, probably an hour and a half away at the least. But that's southeast of here. And while you can go through National Park to get to the other side, to where it's closer, usually you drive out and go west and then hit the freeway and go east and take that. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Susie. 100th birthday every time. So in my town, Lake Elsinore, we did the bicentennial parade in ¡76. And I was in the Cub Scouts, and my brother was in the Weeblo Boy Scouts. And we were part of the parade. The younger kids dressed up in costumes, like their favorite heroes. I, of course, dressed up as the Fonz. And this is Congress from 1776. Not 1976. Yeah, baby. This program is from the 50s? 40s? No, 50s. I'll have to look at the file. Yeah, episode. It doesn't say. I don't have that information. I didn't make Eagle Scout. The only reason I was Quascentennial rap. Oh, 100th, yeah. So I did not make Eagle Scout. The only reason I was in the Scouts was that my brother wanted to be in the Scouts. And being born on the same day, 2 years apart, they assumed that the twin thing would work. So anytime my brother did something, they would sign me up too. Yeah, this is an actual live recording of Philadelphia 1776. So when they signed my brother up for baseball, they signed me up for baseball. I hated it. I didn't want a skateboard. I didn't want a football. I didn't want a bike. I didn't want any of those things that he got. I wanted to be seen as somebody different, and I didn't get that until I was older, until it was too late. But no, I didn't want to be in the Scouts. I had long hair. I'll remind me to pull up some pictures of me back in 1976, 75, 76. Because I was just a little blonde-haired, light blonde hair. You know, I think at that point I was still kind of cute, but I looked like a little girl. And everybody treated me like a little girl. And they would call me a little girl, and they would make fun of me, and it was just, you know, kind of bad. So, I remember being in baseball in the Little League and being on a team named the Bears, and we wore the same uniform, the exact same uniform with a real estate thing on the back. And the movie, in my mind, was like, that's how I should be. So I was like a cross between, if you've ever seen the original movie, I was a cross between Kelly Leak and Lupus and Tanner. So I had a bad mouth. I was shy. I was little and snotty-nosed and grubby-looking, like, you know, it was weird. Oh man, that's a horrible story. No, my den mother, I don't remember her other than she was kind of sweet but condescending because of what I looked like. I had long hair. Nobody else had long hair. So I was treated differently. There is a scout cabin up here in the middle of town in Yucca Valley, the next town over. And it's one of those old places that used to be out in the middle of nowhere before the world caught up with it. And now it's a little yard with a cabin and a sign over the gate that says Scout Troop something something. And it's an old building, and I'm just thinking, oh man, if the walls could talk, right? Heavy stuff. No, I grew up in the 70s, the early 70s in Hollywood, during a time when my father worked for a pornographic newspaper in Hollywood. One of those things you'd buy on the street, and on the cover it would have a naked girl with stars over her boobies and hoo-hoo, right? So, so that was kind of my going with him to work and opening doors, looking for the bathroom, knowing right where the bathroom was. So I saw a lot growing up. Yeah, see there, being the youngest is kind of a heavy deal too. So you grow up in your own world because nobody knows. They're all moved on. They're living in a past that you know nothing about. You know, yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it. Yeah, I don't church camps. Yeah, I heard about that. I had a lot of friends that did church camps, private schooling, private trips, and man, when it gets private, it can get really frickin' weird. And these were supposedly church-going religious people, and it would just get crazy. I mean, you know, people should get arrested crazy. And hearing stories of that from some of my friends, it's like, whew, at least I dodged that bullet, right? But I grew up with so much knowledge before I hit puberty that I would see people differently than they would see each other, right? Because I knew more about the human body and sexuality and all of that as a little kid before I even got to school. Seriously. So, yeah, when I hear the horror stories about, you know, priests and scout leaders and teachers and cops, and I totally believe it. And like I tell my wife when we're watching these shows about serial killers, you know, He was such a nice guy. We had no idea that he had 27 bodies buried in his basement. Yeah, I could pick up a rock and throw it in any direction and probably hit somebody that has done something dark and evil and nefarious, right? Whoa. So, I try to explain that to my wife, that, look, we don't know what people are like when they're not out in the world. They could be the sweetest person in the world, but you look into the eyes of the people who are with them, and you look into the kids' eyes and you see fear. You know, then you know. That was the start. Yeah, spill that wine, dig that pearl, girl. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and then I get my wife to start speaking Spanish. Yeah, that's like trying to get my wife or my daughter to sing the girl's part on that Elton John and Kiki D song, right? Can anybody tell me the title? She's like, I start singing, and then I look at her, and she just, mouth closed tight, like, nope. Ain't gonna happen. Too much.
The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle.
Yeah, let's surrender. Catholic priest too as well. Very sad, totally. Shit. Yeah, things were really rough because you couldn't talk to anybody. Nobody would believe you that these people of you know, prestige and power would be doing this kind of stuff, right? No, not him. Yeah. Don't go breaking my heart, Kiki D. That's it. Yeah. No, my daughter just says nope, and then she looks at the window and covers her mouth and laughs. Yeah, baby. That's a good one. All right, gonna do a bong. What? No. And don't now. Just assume the answer is no, okay? What? Okay, no. I don't want my dog neutered. Just tell. I just want the dog's nails trimmed. When I said clipped, please, I don't want my dog neutered. Crazy man. Well, back to the bong here. I don't know. Independence. Well, I guess it's okay.
General Washington, are you going to fight for New York? It is a difficult question.
It is not.
I have made up my mind. If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be
Tell the truth to power.
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be.
You know,
in any event,
if people were elected to positions of power on merit alone, on their own character, we would have such a different country.
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
That's capitalism. That's the two-party system. That's what we get. We've let it get to a point that is a bastardization of what this country was founded to be, right? Of course, we came to this country, you know, religious freedoms and from persecution and all that stuff, and then we destroyed almost everyone that was here. And if we didn't destroy them, we locked them up on reservations, right? And then chased everyone else away, killed everyone that wasn't white, right? And it feels like we're doing that again, right? And what I would want is that we could find somebody who's nonpartisan, who just wants to put the country back the way it was before it just started to fall apart. You know, replace the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, Roe v. Wade. I mean, just fix a bunch of shit. You know, and if that's all that gets done under that cabinet, that would be enough. Yep. One way or another, this darkness has got to give. The whole reason I'm celebrating the 4th of July this year the way I am is because exactly, William, humans don't ever learn because we keep forgetting our past. We just keep moving forward and shutting out the past. And it's my job as a time traveler to make sure that people remember the past. So on my channel, on Thanksgiving and Christmas and now the 4th of July, we are going to be celebrating the America that I remember us to be destined for, not what this has become. So, this guy sounds like milk. Oh, Martin Luther King. I'm thinking milk, not milk. So, you know, yeah, I have a dream that people are going to use the past as a tool to learn and create a better future. We don't know who we are either. You know what? We don't. We've totally lost track of our past. And coming from an uncertain past, I don't really know who I am, right? So coming from an uncertain past, it's real important for me to wonder what the hell is going on in the country and why have we gone astray. And it goes right back to capitalism. And while we won over communism, the country suffered because of capitalism, because it became power in the hands of the capitalists, right? Not the consumers. And now we're second-class citizens. We can't dictate to the manufacturers and the corporations what we want in a product. We used to be able to. Now we just take what we get. We either like it and it works. Usually it doesn't. It goes into the landfill, you know. Follow the Benjamins. Exactly. Exactly. It's always about the money. So people lose out over money and power and prestige, you know. No, people should be judged on the content of character instead of the color of their skin or the amount of money they have. They should, but in all reality, we know that not to be true. I beseech thee, pray, cry havoc, and let's slip the dogs of war. Oh wait, that's the wrong play. Yeah. Yeah, at some point, you would think that people would get it, and we'd all start to come together as people, and not as combatants, right? But it seems like this happens throughout history, every few thousand years. Yeah, bartering, that would be great. If bartering worked, that would be awesome. But, you know, hopefully there'll come a point to where we'll set aside all of this bullshit and realize that we run the country, and when we get together and make a decision, they have to follow suit, right? Not the other way around. And that's where it's become confused. We don't have enough representatives representing the average people. They represent corporations and big dollar businesses and lobbyists and all that shit. So, yeah, we need to take the money out of politics and let it be a matter of character. And that's it. You know, most people just don't care enough about the other person. They want to claim that they do, but when it comes right down to it, no. There's just not enough love there. If there was enough love, you would see past all of that. If there was enough courtesy, you would see past all of the things that they want to use to divide us. You know, the color of our skin, our geographic location, our political affiliation, right? Our predetermination to follow the rules, you know. Because while I am not one who will obey the rules, I obey the law of being kind, right? And if you use intelligence and kindness, you don't need laws to tell you don't do this and don't do that. It's because we have a country filled with, you know, slack-jawed, mouth-breathing morons, basically, who will just follow whatever their phone tells them to do anymore. We don't have any free thinkers anymore. Yeah, if we had some ground rules for bartering and, you know, that would be great. Christie's auction. Yeah, it's ridiculous how we have so, and while the upper class is growing because of the entrepreneur shit and what do you call it, influencing and all this other crap and all this money making off of people's desire to lose themselves in stupid fucking videos, right? Well, that takes care of that. We were there. We talked during the whole thing, but we were there. Yeah. What would be great is if we could get a couple of past presidents to get together, 1 or 2 term presidents, to get together and form some kind of party, a new party, right? And first off, put an ex-president as a candidate and an ex-president as a vice president, just like in that movie with Jack Lemmon and James Garner. Yeah, that would be neat to get a couple of guys from the past to come up and say, all right, let's set things straight and do that, and then carry that party on with people that we know to be good and true and pure, right? Because right now it's just all about the money, and it hurts. It hurts to know that you either have to vote for, you're just trying to find the lesser of two evils. It's shithead number 1 or shithead number 2. And it shouldn't be like that. We should have more than that. But it goes to the parties, and the parties decide we're going to make the best deal with this guy. It's like, oh, it hurts. It hurts. It really does. And we need someone to come along and get everybody together, right? And they can't have that. There needs to be that division. They can't get everybody together because it's like curing cancer. If you cure cancer, what are you going to do with all this treatment? You give somebody a pill, cancer's gone, they're never going to get it again, right? They can't do that. How are they going to make any money off that? Make the pill $1 million? Still, after a while, nobody else has got it. They need to have us hating each other so that there's a reason for us to vote. It's just ridiculous. It's just sad and ridiculous. And it makes you wonder what happened to this fucking country. You know? Air, water, food. My fellow Americans. That's the movie. See, William knows. That was a great idea. It was a great concept. Take some guys who had great ideas and tried to do stuff, but they were shut down early. You know, they didn't get to finish a 2-term and get their stuff out there. You know. And it doesn't happen too often that we get a president that isn't well liked by the whole country to go out and then come back again later. That doesn't happen too often, right? Or ever. So we're living in weird times right now. And we've never had a president to do so many unusual things before and after and during and in between his presidency. It's just been weird. It's been totally, totally weird. I can't wait for this to be over, this whole experience here, so we can move on. You know, and you get to a point to where you're like, I don't care who the next one is, just let's get to that one. Right? And I think that's where they have us, because at some point people are going to be voting just to move on, and they're going to vote for anybody. There'll be a lot of hardliners that are going to try to keep you know, the strain pure. But I think for the most part the country is going to try to go in another direction, right? I would hope. But then I don't know. I don't know. The way things are now, anything could happen. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's a crazy world. It's a crazy times, crazy country. Yeah, I do remember. And if I do remember that it's always been like this. And if you watch news broadcasts, that I do all the time, watch news broadcasts from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s. If you watch these, you see that nothing changes. The names and the places change. The politicians change. The places that we're fighting in change. But it's always the same. It's always the same. You're absolutely right. You know, though there's problems with the weather. And there's problems with either global warming or ozone or pollution or something. There's always been Brenda Lee is protesting right now. That's great. There's always been something going on to keep us distracted, for lack of a better term. Always. Because there's always something going on that we're not supposed to know about. And I don't want to get all conspiracy theory, because that's like on Fridays. But it's true. They're always keeping us looking this way while they got their hands in something over here. It does. It kind of gives me that Mandela effect. I get that all the time. I look back on something and remember it differently than it's in the history books. The current history books, right? Currently. So, you know, mainly it's when somebody passes away, I'm like, wait a second. Or I see somebody in a movie or a celebrity or something's going on, and I see this person, whether they've just passed away or not, and I'm like, wait a second. Didn't that person pass away right after they did that movie? And then there was a big hoopla because and then it's like, nope. Mandela? I don't know. Getting harder than Chinese algebra, as Tom Waits saying. I'm not familiar with that. Maybe I am, and just don't know it. Okay, my alarm just went off, so I am going to go poke my head into my wife and ask her what she's doing today, because that's usually what the alarm means. So I'll be right back. I'm going to turn off the sound, so I'll be right back. See, that's nice. A little conversation amongst yourselves. That's cool. Here I am bringing people together. My wife said she's not getting up early today, so there you go. This guy's a kook. Who are you kidding? So tomorrow's Thursday, Throwback Thursday, and among other things, we'll probably listen to some more Grateful Dead because it's Thursday, and we're going to look at a lot of vintage magazines. A lot of vintage magazines from the 80s, 70s, 60s, 40s, whatever. I've got a lot of Time and Life magazines and some yearbooks, some front page Los Angeles Times stuff. Just a lot of fun stuff. So we're going to look at a bunch of that, and we're going to build a catapult. I have this little catapult that I got from my daughter a long time ago, and she's like, wow, that's neat. She stuck it in a drawer, and it never went anywhere. So we're going to pull that out and set it up and play with it, see if we can't launch some pennies or something. And I'll, maybe I'll launch kibble at my dog and see if he'll catch it. That'll be fun. Yeah, Life magazine is pretty awesome. And Time. I used to sit in the UCSD library when I was a little kid, and my father was attending, and he used to take me out of school and take me down there. I'm starting to unravel the mystery of why I used to be pulled out of school a lot. I was dysfunctional. So I would spend a lot of time in this giant library that was a cube set on its point. And I would go into the old dead newspaper and magazine area. There you go. That's awesome. IKR. I don't understand anagrams and abbreviations and all of that stuff. It eludes me. My brain doesn't work like that. Oh, no. In real life, in kind reality, in incogruto, I don't know. So yeah, I used to sit and look at those all the time. And at some point in my life, I just wound up with a box that had a bunch of these magazines at the bottom. I used to get on Craigslist and go to people who were offering piles of free stuff out of their garage. And I'd take it all home, and I'd go through it, get rid of a bunch, sell a bunch, trash a bunch, and keep all of the weird old shit, right? So I've kept a lot of weird old shit in my day. Let me grab some of my weird old shit as far as magazines and Grateful Dead type stuff. I'll be right back. It's just right over here. In fact, I'll go ahead and switch so we can see where I'm at here in my studio. Some Newsweek. Where are we at here? I don't see it. Oh, bloody hell, don't see it. Oh no. It must be someplace else, because I am not seeing it. Yeah, it must be someplace else. It is a weird magazine. Put it in here. Weird? Is it weird? Hello? Hello. I put stuff everywhere. Well, it's not with my Radio Shack catalog from 1982. So we'll look at that again on another Radio Shack day. Well, I won't worry about that now. What I will do is I will worry about yeah, catapult, huh? Ace. Oh, that's not an Ace mug. That is a Snoopy mug. This is Ace. He is the holiday chicken. And on Halloween, Ace decided that he wanted a mask. So we made him a mask, and ever since then, he wants to be called Ace, and he refuses to take his mask off. I don't want to take it off. So he wears his Ace mask. He was supposed to wear a different costume for every holiday, but I can't get him out of his damn mask like any kid. Totally. Yeah. Exactly. That's where that magazine is, with my Hustler magazines. I don't see it back here with my yearbooks or my show catalog stuff. So I'm assuming that it's just hiding somewhere. So today is Wednesday. So we're going to dive into this TV guide, and we're going to look more at this, look at this more on Friday when we have more time. But we're going to look at prime time on Wednesday, July 7, 1976, at 8 o'clock. Jackson's Variety. Wow. LaToya, she actually sings with them. Interesting. Yeah, baby. There's songs with the Jacksons, and then there's songs with the Jackson 5. And then Michael Jackson. New dance moves. Ooh. Also at 8, we have The Bionic Woman. Jamie is framed for the theft of $40 million. Wow. Little House on the Prairie, also at 8. It's a repeat, but they're talking about taxes. That's a bummer, man. Journey to a Dream, San Simeon. Ricardo Montalban is the host for a visit via helicopter from Los Angeles to the Hearst Castle. Ooh. A biography, Isadora, Vanessa Redgrave. My Three Sons, Perry Mason. State dinner for the Queen Elizabeth II. And the Virginian. Well, wait, what are we doing here? Here we go. At 8:30, we've got Kelly Monteith. I don't know what that is. Gavin MacLeod is on there. Crosswits. Jimmy Swaggart is on a lot. At 9, Cannon. All right, Cannon. William Conrad. He was big on the radio. He's a big radio guy. The Ingalls at 8, exactly. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, the Jacksons, they were cool way back when. They were the shit. So let's see. Beretta, also at 9. Beretta. Tommy Lee Jones is on the show. Wow. That's crazy. And M. Emmett Walsh. Eric Estrada. That's a great show. Jimmy Swaggart. Totally, man. The swag man. Jimmy Swaggart died yesterday? Really? Oh, no. Oh, no. I gotta put that on my time machine. Pardon me. I gotta stick it in here. If this is true, I hope it's not true, but if this is true, Jimmy Swaggart. And then I'll find some old Jimmy Swaggart stuff from the 70s or 80s to put on. That'll be great. Help me, Jesus. Okay, so let's see. At 9, also at 9, we have Glenn Campbell Variety. Wow. And he's doing Gentle on My Mind, Don't Pull Your Love. Wow. That's pretty cool. And his guest is Natalie Cole. Woo! She sings Limestone Cowboy, a Beverly Hills version. That sounds funny. Leonard Bernstein conducts. Merv Griffin. Okay, so here, I love the cigarette ads. Forgive me, I have sinned. Here we go. I am going to show you. I love the ads. Okay. Right? Because there's always cigarette ads. Oh, add a room. Remodel. There you go. This is the Central California edition of the TV Guide from July 7, 1976. Let's see, also at 9, Virginian, America, 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 a bicentennial concert by the Mormon Youth Symphony and Chorus. And that is probably from Sunday on the 4th. Here we go. Looking good. We got Chico and the Man at 9:30. And Freddie Prinze is still alive. After this season, I believe, is over that summer is when he commits suicide. Then they just put another Hispanic guy in his place because they got to keep making their money. They should let the show posthumously, just go away, right? It was his show, man, right? All right, now we got 10 o'clock, Blue Night. And that is James Whitmore Jr., but the Blue Knight is George Kennedy. Oh, I love George Kennedy. We got Starsky and Hutch. Robert Blake, Lost Highway. Don't Pull Your Love was it was good. Pall Mall, For Particular People. Strong stuff. Yes, you're right. Freddie Prinze, Hero. Yeah, great stuff. I love those comments. That's awesome, people. Starsky and Hutch. I love Starsky and Hutch. That's a great show. Hawk. Burt Reynolds is Hawk. Yeah, Burt Reynolds. That's his show. Crime drama. Totally crime-y. And then, of course, we go into late night, and it's Love American Style. And, wow, Celeste Yarnell. You know who that is. Shields and Yarnell, I believe. I Confess, 1953 movie. Hitchcock. And Mary Hartman. Oh, yeah. I had friends that smoked non-filters when we were kids. And they started smoking. Their parents' cigarettes were for non-filters. So, yeah, one of my friends, his pack of cigarettes of choice was Camel non-filter. And if you asked him for a cigarette, he always had a pack of Camels, right? And he also had a Zippo lighter. So, and if he bummed a cigarette off of you, he would pop the filter off. And he was like 15, 16 years old, right? Yeah. Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. And that takes us into late night, really late night. Claudia and David movie, The Restless Breed movie, Some May Live movie, Riot in Cell Block 11, 1954. This hard-hitting prison melodrama told semi-documentary style admirably avoids the usual cliches. Neville Brand, and Emil Meyer. Neville Brand, he played Dutch, I believe was his name. Dutch or Duke, I think it was Dutch. He played the big gruff guy on the movie Stalag 17. Yeah, that was a great movie. That's a movie I highly recommend. And then we get into late night, early morning, Laurel and Hardy. We're going to look at this TV guide a whole lot more. Mary Hartman. You know what? I wish that I could get some Mary Hartman. I'm sure if we look on YouTube, you can find anything on YouTube. I try to find it off YouTube and then try to get it myself and upload it. And then I run a better chance of being able to use it myself. And there's no real way to copy stuff off of other people's, unless you're doing like little snippets or whatnot. I'm not real familiar with this stuff anyway. I barely know enough about this crap to stay on YouTube. And it looks like it's after 7, but I'm going to stay here as long as there's a viewer count. I'm just going to stay here this morning. My wife is going to sleep in a little bit, so the house is still pretty quiet. So here we are. Yesterday, Susie mentioned Wes Harrison, and I have yet to find Wes Harrison through my own resources. I haven't looked on YouTube yet, but I usually don't look there first. I usually look in my own resources to find elements and content for the channel. And then I feel more like I've earned the right to share it with you. And I do, you know. I've gone out of my way to find something specific and download it and then make it in a presentable format and then upload it. So, and if I'm not allowed, I'm not allowed. Out of all of the things that I've uploaded for the 4th of July, which is like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 videos over the last 2 days. And out of that, only one of them has been denied. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. E.T. We are E.T. E.T. is one of those things that I want to do. I want to talk about E.T. on a Monday. Because... Oh, well, thanks for the compliment. I went to 2 colleges. Well, 3. I went to, of course, the School of Hard Knocks, which I'm a full-blown alumni. I never get invited to the reunions, but I did go to the School of Hard Knocks. I went to a college out here in Southern California, near my hometown, when I was in my 30s. San Jacinto Community College. And then out here, recently, about 10 years ago, I finished what was about 2.5 years of college out here, rehabilitating from a work injury. And I just needed to get out and do stuff, and I couldn't really work, and I didn't want to charge people for this broken body. So I just went to school and did that for 2.5 years out here at Copper Mountain College in Joshua Tree, California. My daughter did graduate from that college and transfer. She graduated. There were 3 degrees, including a transfer degree to the University of San Bernardino, which she now is attending there to earn a bachelor's degree in psychology. And then I'm hoping that she'll go back to school and start earning a bachelor's in art, because she's a fantastic artist. So she doesn't want to get a master's. She says, it's just right now it's too much work. And I said, well, then just stay in school for other stuff, you know, and stay in school as long as you can, you know, and stay at home as long as you can, and it'll make it easier to go to school, and then you don't have to go out there and try to hustle a job somewhere, you know. Once she's got a bachelor's degree and a whole lot of other skills under her belt, which she already does, then it's getting a job is going to be easy. Why not wait and find the job that you're destined for, right? And I'm not going to push her out of the house or kick her out of the nest. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in you're 18, pay me rent, start driving yourself. I don't believe in that. She's going to get as much support as I can give her. Why? Because I didn't get shit for support from my parents. I left at 15 because I needed to take care of myself, and I knew I could do that better on my own, staying with friends, families, various families in town, right? So I owe my childhood to like no less than 6 families. So she knows about the masters and the more. It's going to cost some heavy dollars and a lot of heavy time to work on her masters. So she's not real eager to do that kind of schooling. She's been in school since she was 4 years old. All right? Not preschool, but kindergarten. She got into kindergarten at 4 years old with already the ability to read and to write. Not just her name and the numbers and that, but everything, right? She was literally the most literate child in her class at age 4 when she started school. And from then on, she's been a career student. Yeah, San Bernardino. It's a great place. Yeah, she's almost there. She has this one more year to go and she'll have her bachelor's. So she's already got her stuff planned out. She's already got her financial aid worked out. Everything is set. So all she has to do is the work. I'm her ride. I take her down twice a week. And oh, thank you. It's all her. It's all her. All I am is support. All I am is the guy who says, what do you need? That's it. She's always done all of this on her own. When she was a little girl, she used to wake herself up and get herself ready for school. Mom, get me breakfast. Or she would make herself some cereal, right? She was making her own lunch in 6th grade. She's just been an old soul, basically. I go to her for advice. She's almost 21, and I go to her for advice. Natalie, what should I do? What should I do? Here's my quandary. What should I do? 6 Families is a good support system. I've never heard of that. Well, I have heard of the series 6 American Families, and I have one of the episodes on my channel. And 6 American Families is a series that follows 3 different American families from 3 different walks of life, 3 different social classes, not 3, but 6. But it follows these 6 different families from very diverse walks of life. 6 Families sounds great, but I don't know a lot of people. I don't have a lot of friends. I don't have a lot of family. I'm an odd duck. People don't like what I have to say, especially friends or family, so I have few. My best friends are the friends I don't talk to a lot. Therefore, I have very little chance of losing them as friends. My daughter is a Libra? No. Virgo? No. We're in a row. I'm August, and then it's my daughter, and then it's my wife. So whatever the 3 astrological signs are, from Leo to Libra, what is it? Leo, Virgo, Libra, I think. So I'm Leo. I don't know exactly what any of that means. At some point in the past, I used to dabble, because of girlfriends, I used to dabble a little bit in astrology and numerology, basically so that I would know what the hell they were talking about. September 21st. I'm August 20. My wife is September 28th, so she's right on the cusp. Here's a funny story. My brother was born in 1966 on August 20th. I was born, supposedly, on August 20th, 1968. Here's the real kicker. My sister was born 2 years later. 10 days premature on August 10th. She should have been born on the 20th as well. I don't know how that worked. Yeah, some kids it's like, I gotta get away. My parents are nuts. Ah, Virgo. Yeah, so it's Virgo, Libra. Ah, cool. See, there you go. Leo, Virgo, Libra. I actually have friends from all astrological signs, right? Which is kind of weird. Or is it? I don't know. What are Leos like? Lazy. They don't give a fuck who they're friends with, as long as they got a friend, right? Doodly. James. So James Fairfield, this must be some kind of relation to Susie Fairfield. I just noticed that we had a new name there. That's excellent. Excellent. Woohoo. I hope y'all subscribe. You know what I did? Here's a funny subscription story for you. I clean Airbnbs. And when I go to the Airbnb to clean, sometimes I put on some music, right? And the last time I was at nice. Great Ma and Pa kettle. A kettle of doobies, baby. So I'm at this Airbnb and I'm cleaning. We have deadheads. Ladies and gentlemen, we have deadheads. That's great. So, long story short, I go to put on something from my channel. I want to listen to and watch a video time machine while I'm cleaning. So I go to my channel and I go to a video that I want to watch, and it's in some kind of Asian text. So I can't quite tell. So I'm like, oh, this is somebody else's subscription, somebody else's YouTube channel. And so I watch my video on their channel, so it's going to pop up in their history, and they're going to go, huh? But not only that, before I stopped watching the video, I subscribed to my channel from their channel, and came home and went, ooh, look, another subscriber. But I'm just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, for them to notice and to wonder, what the hell? Who the hell is this guy, and why is he on my channel? And for them to put it together. Oh, we didn't whatever from YouTube, right? So we didn't sign out on YouTube when we were at the B&B. So 35 years. That's great, you guys. That is awesome. My wife and I have been married very happily for 25 years. Yeah. There you go. My video is getting glitchy on my end, but I'm watching it via my telephone here. Totally, man. Yeah, my daughter was premature. She was quite a few weeks premature. I can't remember. 5 weeks? I think she was 5 weeks premature. They had to put my wife and daughter in a helicopter and take them to the hospital. And I had to run by the house and pick up a bag of stuff because I got off work, and then they sent me to the hospital, and then I got to the hospital, and the hospital was just putting her in the helicopter. So it was like, okay, so I went home, grabbed some stuff, and then drove 2 counties away to the hospital and spent a couple of days there at the hospital. And then they kept the baby there. They kept her there for a week, 2 weeks, and we had to go in every couple of days and feed the baby and leave a bunch of milk, right? It was crazy. I love my cleaning jobs. I've done a lot of different kind of work in my life, and cleaning B&Bs, vacation rentals, is the easiest. My wife and I go into the average 3-bedroom place, and we're in and out of there in an hour. That's 2 man-hours, right? In an hour, in and out. She does half, I do half. I stick to my routine every time. 10 minutes bathroom, 10 minutes bathroom, 15 minutes kitchen, 5 minutes in the living room. I'm sweeping and vacuuming. she's doing beds and laundry and whatever else she needs to hit, and wrapping up with the mopping. And we're in and out of a place. We can do a place as quick as 45 minutes together. So yeah, I don't know what I was. I think I was left at a doorstep or hatched, you know. Or maybe I'm an alien. I always thought that when I was young. I always thought, why am I so different? Why am I treated differently? Am I green? Is there something about me that is, you know, where am I really from? You know, jeez Louise. Yeah, totally, man. I can't believe my wife is still asleep. That's awesome. I think I kept her up a little bit late watching stupid movies and shit. I have what I call sleeping pill movies. Movies that I like to put on, that I love, that are great movies, but they help me to go to sleep. I can put it on and know that if I fast forward it to this point and start it at 7 minutes in, by the time I get to 18 minutes, I'm out. If I have a dark room that's silent, I'll be up for 3 hours. Insomnia. So I have to program myself to go to sleep. And one of the ways I do that is by having lots of sound, the air conditioner, the fan, and a noise machine with white noise on it. Along with those 3 things, I have the TV on a timer that's going to play 60 minutes of a movie. And I'm going to be asleep within a certain part of that movie. I'm not an Airbnb pimp. I'm the one that gets pimped. I'm a cleaner. I'm a caretaker. I used to do handyman stuff before this. And before that, I was in construction and painting, house painting for, 25 years. Handyman for 15. And then I just fell into a house that needed a caretaker. I was working at a spa. The owners of the spa sold the spa and said, you know what, we've got an Airbnb that we want to fix up, and will you fix it up and caretake it? So I fixed it up, took care of it for a little while, and then got my wife to help out. So now she pretty much helps out and takes care of it, right? And since then, we've taken on 4 other houses. One of the houses has been turned into a rental monthly. So, totally. What's the movie? You an Airbnb pimp. That sax is sweet. Pimp your ride. Is that the name of it? That's great. You know what? I wish I was like this when I had my daughter, but I wasn't. I was corporate. I was a different guy. I worked in a factory. I was a director of production in the factory. I had a shaved head, a clean-shaven face, a little mustache. I wore collared shirts. Collared shirts are the yoke of the oppressor. So I did that for a while. I did that for about 10 years. And then I said, that's enough. Yeah, a fall asleep movie. They're usually movies that I really, really enjoy watching. I've seen a million times. I can recite stuff. What movie were we watching last night? We were watching one of those sleeping pill movies. A couple that I have are Dragnet, the Bee Movie, Ants, Animal House. We're watching Animal House last night, one of my favorite sleeping pill movies. While I don't usually have movies with music, a lot of music, as a sleeping pill movie, because music when I'm going to sleep will give me nightmares, so I don't listen to music. But it's okay if it's like just a little bit of, old rock and roll. Oh yeah, I should pass this here, sorry. As they used to say, don't bogart that bong, my friend. Yeah. I'm going to have to turn the whole piss boy. Yeah, tell me about it. I sit here for 2 or 3 hours and I'm like, oh, piss boy, please, please. That's the History of the World Part 1 is great. I think they waited too long. They're going to do History of the World Part 2. But I think they waited too long. Right? We've lost so many people. It would have been great had they done it 5 or 10 years later. Right? Totally. Yeah. I'm a bong hit master. I've mastered the bong. I've been doing bong hits since I was 15, so, and I'm 56. So that's a lot of bong hits. Well, I did take some time off during the 80s and during the 90s and during the 2000s. I took a lot of time off from smoking pot. I was smoking cigarettes, but I wasn't smoking pot. I was drinking a lot of beer, but I wasn't. Yeah, I wish I could pass the microphone to someone. On occasion, it'd be great if I could get somebody who could just message me on Facebook, and I could kind of bring you in, right, and do a video thing. That would be great. You know what? Monty Python pops up every once in a while, right? They do. They totally do. But the thing is that why didn't they do, you know, a History of the World Part 2, like 10 years later, and then another 10 years? Well, still people are still around, because there's like nobody around anymore. Madeline Kahn, right? Mel Brooks is like the only one that is still around. He's like a 1,000-year-old man. Yeah, I've got a shitload of Mel Brooks here. I even think I have some Mel Brooks on LP. I'll have to dig through my crap. Yeah, it was him and Carl Reiner who did that. Michael Moore. That would be interesting. Coffee. That is cold. That is some cold stuff. So, I guess this is a special version of today's show because we've gone on longer than we usually go on. I remember back when I started doing these morning shows, I would just go on until something happened and I had to get off. Somebody woke up, or, you know, I had to go do something. And sometimes I would be on here for, I think the longest I did it was almost 7 hours one morning. Yeah. And I actually, you could hear it in my voice. Mainly because that's a lot of bong hits. Michael Myers, waiting for the Benny Hill movie featuring Michael Myers. Is this on Prime? Oh, you're waiting, hoping. Right. Once you get rich, you do less and less. Yeah, well, I must be fucking the wealthiest man in the world because I don't do a fucking thing. Oh, wait, no, that's laziness. That's what it is. That's what that is. You know, it's okay for me to admit it, you know, but don't call me lazy. Because I'll kick your teeth in and show you how lazy I am. Why, you bastard. Why, I oughta. No, really. I wish I was wealthy. If I was wealthy, I would probably have built for me probably a triple wide portable cargo trailer, right? something that both sides slide out and give you a hallway down the middle, right? And then on either side, it's a museum. You got some video games, you got books, you got magazines, you got LPs, you got a listening station. I mean, just everything. So it's like going into the past. And then take that behind a big motorhome and just drive around the country. And just be a traveling time machine. That's it. Yeah, if I was Elmer J. Fudd, Sylvester Cat would be stuck to my head all the time, scared. Either that or I would be Sylvester, scared all the time. I would hire someone that would just be in my house putting on records and changing records. That same person would be responsible for cleaning the records, repairing 8-track tapes and reel-to-reels, finding specific things to bring into my catalog, right? That would be my everyday life. And every day that I'm home, which would probably be all the time, because if you're rich, why would you want to fucking leave? You would create your own world so you'd never have to go anywhere. And I would just have something on, you know, a little text, dude, play this one next. And then the house is filled with that next, right? That would be awesome. Yeah. Party time DJ all the time. When the hunter gets captured by the game. What is that a reference to? Wow. Because that is great. Because I feel like the time traveler that has been trapped in the time machine, right? And even sometimes when I leave the time machine, I'm still in another world, right? The other day we went out. Wow, these quotes are awesome. You're killing me, man. That's awesome. Sometimes I go out into the world, like yesterday. It was cloudy and almost semi-smoky from the fire nearby in the mountains. And so the sky had this old like tinged hue to it, like an old photograph or an old movie. So I totally felt like I was time traveling out in the world. And then you get an old song that comes on Sirius XM and you're like, oh shit, here we go. Guy on Boogie Nights singing Sister Christian. Yeah. I've often thought about getting in with one of these companies locally and doing an extra in a movie somewhere and trying to get a little bit part as just a crazy old homeless hobo type guy, right? But a little eccentric and intelligent and kind of bizarre, right? Yeah. So my mind is always off in a bunch of different directions and tangents and stuff, mainly because I can't focus on one thing. I smoke a lot of pot, and I got brain damage when I was a kid. So I'm usually all over the place. Sometimes I come back to what I was talking about, and sometimes I'll get halfway through an idea or a thought or something, and you'll be like, wasn't he talking about something else? Where'd he go? Yeah, that's me. Promo shots? I thought about that, but then I also thought, wow, that's going to take a lot of energy. And while I don't fancy myself as a lazy human, I don't have a lot of energy anymore. I just, like I said, I don't get enough calories in me. So I love it when you got such a good buzz going that you need a babysitter. I have been babysitter to so many friends, right? He's the straight guy. Talk to him. Yes, officer, can I help you? What the hell's wrong with these people? They've all had too much to drink, but I'm in charge. Don't worry, I got it under control. Shut up. I remember the first time I was babysitter to those on acid. I was 13 years old. Not only that, but it was at Disneyland. And I was not on any drugs at 13 years old. I was the babysitter of two people who were on drugs and my little sister 2 years younger than me, right? So my father decides that Robert eventually is going to try acid, my brother. And so he gives him a tab when we go to Disneyland. My father takes a tab at Disneyland. And there we are at Disneyland, and my brother and father are tripping on acid, and I'm 13 years old, and I'm the ringleader. I'm in charge. My father tells me, you're in charge. Oh, I hated that experience. Wide open baby. Yeah, she's yelling. She's a screamer. Good love. Dum 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 dum. Good love. Yeah. I'm telling you. I've been babysitter too many times for those people tripping out, drinking too much, smoking too much. And do I? Am I? That's great. Yeah. Me, myself, and I. This show is really easy for me to do and to just go blah, 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 because I'm used to talking to myself, seriously. If I wasn't mic'd live, I'd be sitting in here talking to the dog, talking to the TV, talking to a stupid video, and then throwing my phone, and then yelling at my phone, and having a conversation at my phone. My wife and daughter will be in here. And I'll just be talk. Yeah, it's good when you got someone around who's your lawyer. That's great. You guys are what's making this a great show, because if that's what you're talking about, because you're probably talking about some other show. Great. But, you know, thanks, because I love it when people actually show up and have a conversation with me, because it makes me much more than the sum of my parts when I have somebody digging this crap out of my head, right? Because I will just start going in a million different directions. Like I was earlier this morning, I was talking about the 1984 Olympics. And a memory that just popped up was during 1984, during the running of the torch actually came through Lake Elsinore, California, right through our hometown, right? So you could walk out onto the street and see the Olympic torch running down the fucking street. It was crazy, right? MTV, the Olympic torch, right? All these other weird little things that were happening in our town. Totally, man. Crazy stuff. See, I got a bong hit here. Yeah. This does take me back to the days, you know, last year or more, when I was doing live shows that would just go on and on and on and on, and I'd be have to like, oh man, you know, twice in the show I got to go take a leak. I've had long shows where I've had to eat because I've been on so long. We got all crazy up in here in South Florida. Handed off to Muhammad Ali. Did you know that in 1981, I think it was, Muhammad Ali stepped out onto the ledge of a building and talked a man in from suicide? Do you remember that? Yeah. Okay. You're talking about the torch. I get it. Great. I love the Star Trek series references. That's great. I love, yes, but I'm more of a Cisco guy. I'm more of a Deep Space Nine guy. I have more connection to that show because that's one of the shows that I actually got to immerse myself in when it was syndicated. And I just really, really, really got into it. Great. Jake Sisko. Son. So there you go. Bong hit. Going in. Cover me. There you go. Oh man, I gotta turn on this air. It's getting so toasty in here. I think it's the bong hits. I think I get the sweats when I do the bong hits. I think that's it. That AC is so loud, but hey, what are you gonna do? All right, James is joining me in a toke. THC vape. Oh, cool. I never got into vaping. I got a vape. I did this stuff. It was like gummies, like the edibles. The edibles don't work for me the same way. Of course, they're not supposed to. But what smoking does for me, I can't get from edibles. Edibles are great if I want to get a good night's sleep and have some good dreams. I'll eat some edibles, 2 or 3 of them puppies. I'm always yelling at the walls. I'm always talking to my dogs, and then when I get upset and start yelling at the TV or about something going on, my dog will sit up and he'll look at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Chill the fuck out. And he'll sit back down, or he'll just get up and walk out of the room. You son of a bitch, you have to fucking scream and yell, I'm out of here. And I'm like, no, come back. And he's like, nah, fuck you, man, Jesus. You got the sweats on acid. That was one of the things that anytime I did acid and mushrooms, I always had to have lots of cigarettes and lots of marijuana to balance out that speed high that you get, right? So that was my thing. And then I would run with scissors. My bong and glass bong in one hand and a pair of scissors pointed inward and running down the street. I remember one experience in Mammoth Lakes, California. It was, I'm going to say mid-90s, early 90s, about 92, 90, I'm going to say 93. And, because Jerry Garcia was still alive. And we did mushrooms and went out into the snow and walked around in the snow between apartment complexes and houses. There was this big open area with trees. It was just a big open area with trees. So we just kind of walked around in this big open area and listened to the sound of the snow crunch under our feet and followed our own trails, right? Like in Winnie the Pooh, following that heffalump or whatever it was. And we did that all night long. We walked out of the apartments, walked around to the back, and you are the Cisco. And we just walked around and we'd follow our trail and did this for like an hour, right? And we'd just talk, you know, and walk. And because it was dark and snowing, everything changed and seemed different every time we came around a tree and walked through and then came around another tree and in between a couple of trees. And we just kept walking and walking and walking. And that was one of the most fun experiences. And then, of course, at that time period, I had been reading a lot of Jim Morrison poetry. So we're lying in trying to sleep, and I'm homeless at this point, so I'm on my friend's bedroom floor. He and his girlfriend are in bed trying to go to sleep, and you're telling me acid is a great experience. And I'm laying there and I'm reciting Jim Morrison-esque poetry just off the top of my head, coming up with this stuff, the horse creeps through the jungle and whispers into the frog's ear, and I'm just and I'm just making that up. It's just I just kept going on. I don't remember anything that I said that night, but every once in a while I would just start reciting this stuff out of nowhere, and my friends would listen, and they would listen, and they would listen, and then I would stop. And then I would start speaking, and they'd say, "Shut up!" And then I would stop. And then everything would be silent. And I could tell that they were pretty much asleep. And I would start quietly reciting stuff again. And once again, I'd hear, "Shut up!" And it went on all night until the sun came up. Let's see. WW, like licking the Ark of the Covenant. Whoa, that's heavy. Dogo. Doggo? Yeah, I don't know. My dojo? What's my dojo name? Year of the Leaping Clown. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I was channeling Jim. I was frying balls on mushrooms, so it's possible. It's possible. But I used to listen to a lot of Doors, and I had some great Jim Morrison books, like 3 or 4 of them. And I just sit and read this, and I was not a reader. I didn't read my first book cover to cover until I was in my 20s, right? I just was not. I suffered a head injury at around the year of 8 years old, and from then on I could not read and concentrate. So later in life I learned how to read for long periods of time. Yeah, the end. I first remember the end, of course, from the beginning of the Apocalypse Now movie that my father took us to see in the theater, and I was a fucking kid. My sister, he had to cover his eyes when they chopped the head off of that cow and the fruit came out, because he didn't know what to expect. Right? The snail slides across the razor's edge. It's like fucking, what the hell is this? Can't we see the Apple Dumpling Gang again? Why do we have to watch this? Because he wants to watch it and he can't find a babysitter. That's why. In fact, the theater became one of our babysitters. For the longest time, they would just take us and drop us off someplace, or the laundromat. Here's 18 bags of laundry and a bunch of quarters and a bunch of do it right. And then he would leave us my father at a laundromat in Hollywood. Hello, testing. Testes, 1, 2, 3. So he'd leave us at a laundromat in Hollywood at like 1 in the morning, an all-night laundromat. And then he would go from club to club, Roxy, Rainbow, the Viper. He would go through all of these clubs and whatever was there, and make deals, right? And we'd do laundry. Of course, after the laundry was done, it was morning time, and he'd take us to like International House of Pancakes, or we'd pick my mother up from her job, and we'd drive all the way back to Lake Elsinore, Oh, good. Good. It's never too late to start. It's never too late to start reading for pleasure. You got to read for school. That's different. You got to read. But to read a book for yourself. Just got a book, Jim Morrison's Secret Teacher. What it called? Ooh, nice, interesting. On occasion, I get a chance to read. I would love to read some more stuff. What was the last thing that I read recently? The Boys, the Howard brothers, Ron Howard, Flint Howard. That was good. Lakota Woman, that was really, really good, about Mary Crow Dog. Being Henry, about Henry Winkler. Other books that I've read most recently, one that I really, really enjoyed was Up from Slavery with Booker T. Washington. That one was fucking great. I couldn't put it down. I love real stuff. Autobiographies and history. Lavadaria. I don't know, Daria. You say Daria? I say Beavis and Butthead. No, really? No, really. Yeah, if you can post links to this comment thing here from wherever, YouTube or whatever. It's really cool. And then other people, can see and share. And I encourage this every time I remember to. Booker T and the MGs. I love it. What is that? Green Onions or something? Yeah, I love it when people interact. It's very cool. It's very cool, baby. It's totally hip. It's a hip scene. I probably have some Booker T and the MGs on 8-track. My musical collection is pretty much split between LPs and 8-tracks and then 1,045s. So that's the bulk of my music in that order. And then I've got cassettes and reels and other stuff. But I love it. Like I said, I wish I had more time to just listen to music. But it's like, how do I do my day and keep going to the record player, right? Because if I'm going to listen to my music, I want to listen to it the right way. And it gets rough. So, I usually have the TV on in the background while I'm doing computer stuff here. The book of Arson is reading is called The Zombie Survival Guide. Ooh. Wow. That's neat, a fictional survival guide. That's interesting. I like that. I totally dig it. Yeah, my daughter's just on the cusp of 21, and she gets to go to she wants to go to Chicago for her birthday and hook up with some friends and go to a festival. So that's planned. Listen to Potato Bowl with Booker T and The Drive by Truckers. No, I have not. I'll have to check that out. Baby. Let me see if I can do this right here. And do that. Okay, I just screenshot that. That's nice. So that now I can look at this and know Potato Hole. Because I won't remember that. As funny as it sounds, I won't remember that. What is it? A possum troll? What did he say? So, there you go. Usually I'll just write it down. Oh, well, this is great, guys. I appreciate that, because most mornings I get done and I'm like, I talk my wife's ear off for an hour and a half, and I'm like, wow, this is great stuff. I should still be on the air. And I'm actually considering doing a similar show, but having a wireless mic and headset thing on, so I can just walk around my house and yard and still do something while I'm live and not sitting here. I think that'd be cool. That'd be totally cool. So I'm gonna try that. That's gonna be my next extension of this, is to find some way of doing that, and possibly setting up some USB cameras. I'm using HDMI cameras because I'm going through a mixer. If I can do a mixer on my graphics computer and pipe in USB and mix there and then bring it into this one and mix there, then I can double my camera capacity, and I can put a camera outside and aim it at the sunrise. I can put a camera out in my backyard or in my shed where I've got a million other things of this caliber. It sounds pretty cool, right? And kind of extend the show out a little bit. Barring I'm not doing it from a hospital bed somewhere with one camera and a probe up my ass. I just want it to be, I got a bong hit here, so I gotta do the bong hit, dear George. So cover me, I'm going in. Yeah, baby. That sounds awesome. I love that sound. That's a sound from my past. From my childhood. That's a sound that we used to get on this. This is an old graphics bong. It's got a paper towel on there to keep the dust out. But this is an old graphics bong. We used to use these back in the 80s. The bomb, dude. This goes back up here with my lava lamp. I gotta set up my black light in here. Okay. There you go. I like that. And you know what we could do is, if we have people on a platform that I can share through my graphics computer, I can bring everybody on the show together. So I'm on, so you see me through the camera, talk to me through the microphone, you see everybody else there, and we're talking and interacting and stuff, and that all goes through the mixer and onto YouTube. And then we go live that way. Yo, WW, what's up, man? Yeah. Yeah. Look, if I gave you her phone number, she's cool, man. So don't worry about it. What do you mean she said no? But she's the best in the business. Well, if it's her business, then let her make the decision. Dude, you wanted a manicure and a pedicure. She's the best in the business. WW, I gotta go. Bye. Totally there, eh? I'm just saying, if that's what you ordered, you know, leave it to the professionals. Yeah, my God, I need an Anison and a cigarette, like, for sure. I'm always threatening to smoke a cigarette, and I haven't smoked a cigarette since New Year's 2013, right? 2012, 2013. Oh, See, that's cool. 2 GoPros on a stick to turn it into a 3D. That is bitchin'. That is bitchin'. Just run it, I guess, run it into a program or something. Totally. Classic hit. Wow, you got me at a loss, man. I'm like watching this conversation go down, and I know I'm a part of it, but like, wow, I am like way out of it. Totally. I wish it was because I was buzzed, but I think it's the being tired. I got up too early this morning again. Oh, I think I got to sleep by 10:30, 11, and then by 2, I was like, oh, I can't take it. Stupid insomnia. I am a physics professor. I know, it's his psychic. Like sidekick. He's a psychic sidekick. Did you say sidekick? No, I said psychic, man. That's what I mean. Sidekick. No, psychic. I hear one thing, man. Yeah. I love delirium. There goes my microphone again. Hello, is this thing on? I exist in a constant state of delirium now. I don't get enough sleep. I don't get enough to eat. I smoke a lot of marijuana. I'm hopped up on caffeine. And I'm always running around doing something weird or taking a nap or waking up. So I'm always in a kind of a delirium. Just kind of vegged. A constant state of vegetation. It's like a garden up in here, man. Yeah. I like it, baby. I like it a lot. Yeah, well, I'm just going to keep smoking more weed and drinking the rest of my coffee here. My wife should be crawling out of bed soon. I'm a true shaman. That's it. Shaman, man. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know why, but I like that. I was reading, like I said, I read that autobiography, Mary Crow Dog, Lakota woman, and her husband, Leonard Crow Dog, was a shaman, an Indian medicine man, a priest, a voodoo doctor, a witch doctor, whatever. One of them there savages doing that hocus pocus stuff. I'm just poking with y'all. I love the whole Native American story, and yeah, it shouldn't have turned out that way. That's cool stuff, baby. You are too what? You are too. Because I love those comments that refer to something that was a minute ago, and I'm like, I'm lost. I love it. Oh, I feel at home being lost. Alright, looks like the house is waking up. Isn't that cool? So there's this thing now at the top of my comments. If we are shamans, then the world would be better off, right? If there were more like us. There's this thing at the top of the comments that says top fans, and I tapped on it, but I don't know what it means. So I didn't want to continue with it because it seems kind of weird. It seems like almost like nepotism or self-gratification or stroking my own ego or something. So yeah. I didn't go any further. So, and I won't ask any of you to go there and check it out. But if you do, let me know what the hell it's all about, because I don't know what the fuck it's all about. Right? Yeah, what I'd say is we need more people in the world like us, right? It'd be great if we had a president in office who was more akin to the average person, since there are more of us than there are of them, right? But I don't know. I don't think that's ever going to happen, you know. We're going to get minorities and women and aliens and shit in office, but I don't think so. I don't think we'll get a real person in there. We've been pretty close. I mean, the realest person I think we've ever had in office would have to be James Earl Carter. He's my favorite president, ex-president, human, right? Ooh, the kitchen's awake. But I would say Jimmy Carter was probably the realest human president that we've ever had, and I don't think we're going to get anything any better than him in the future. It's a sad thing, you know. And he was criticized mainly not for his politics or view, but just because of the way he was, you know. Elvis, how did we get talking about? You guys have a private psychic conversation going on that I don't know about, right? Because you got Elvis is here now. Elvis is back in the building, and I don't know when he showed up. That's my phone. Messages about work and whatnot. Yeah, it can keep. You know what? JFK, he was real, but what I mean is he wasn't of the common people. Okay? He was real, but he... I'd have to say that he was more of the upper class, people's people, right? People's person, purple people eater. Yeah, what I mean is somebody who was like really down to earth, who was of common breeding, right? Not like the Kennedys. He was just a regular guy, regular Joe Schmo, just a regular businessman, farmer, who gave that all up to be president and stayed away from that to use his ex-presidency to better the world the best he could, all the way to the top. His kid, Jimmy Carter? Are we talking about... I don't recall Jimmy Carter's kid. I remember Billy Carter, and I remember a daughter, Carter, and a wife, Carter, but I don't remember a kid. Are we talking about the daughter? Because I don't remember. They were all nut jobs, right? And of course, they were all portrayed as nut jobs in the media, just because of the way where they came from. Yeah, I don't follow current stuff, so if RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is a nut job, I know nothing about it because I don't follow really politics, you know. It's, you know, one of those things that's not every once in a while I'll turn on the news and go, oh, there's something's changed. But it doesn't really. That's why I avoid it. Yeah, good stuff, baby. Junior. There you go. They're all juniors. Hey there, Junior. Well, let's see. It's 8 o'clock. I've been on here for an extra hour. Look at that. That's crazy, man. I guess at some point we should probably wrap it up for the day. I mean, I hate to because it's been so much fun. But, you know, what are you going to do? Let's have a vote. How many say I stay? How many say we get the hell out of here? How many say we just smoke a joint, forget we even had the conversation? Because I could do either way. I mean, it doesn't matter. Because I'm going to get high no matter what decision I make. So I'm still going to get high in the end. So there you go. But, I don't know. As long as I don't have to pick a leak, I guess I can just keep going here, right? I don't think my wife requires me to get up and do anything, so I think I can just keep going here. For the most part, the air conditioner kind of blocks out the ambient sounds of family activity. 11:11 there. Well, it is 8 in the morning here, and it's 11 in the morning there. So there you go. That's cool. I love it. We're like, that's time traveling right there. That's time traveling. Three more minutes and a Midwest goodbye. I see it. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Well, I think that's probably a good time for us all to wrap it up for the morning and say goodbye. And thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. It has been too awesome. It has been way too totally freaking awesome. You know? Or way too totally fucking heavy. Alright? And in stoner sign language, it's way too totally fucking heavy. Alright? Remember that. I'll quiz you on it later. Yeah, you know what? You're right. JFK was the ultimate people prez, but at the same time, a lot of that was campaigning. A lot of that was him kissing babies. A lot of that was boasting about his military Navy career and being such a charismatic guy. Whereas Jimmy Carter got it on his merit as a farmer and businessman and a overall good human, right? So yeah, I will agree with you that he was the most charismatic president. You know, but then you're talking charisma. You got to talk about another favorite president, like the Kennedys, would have been Ronald Reagan, right? Another one. So let's talk some more tomorrow about presidents and newspaper clippings and magazine articles and that kind of stuff. Oh yeah. Oh. Totally, man. Yeah, but the best thing that I love about President Carter was that after he was president, governor and president and stuff, he just continued to give himself to the people, right? Whether he was a goody two shoes or not, he did spend most of his life giving of himself for the people. And while I have very little or no Jimmy Carter paraphernalia, he's one of my favorite guys, just because, you know, maybe it's because he was a funny guy and he had a Billy beer and all of that stuff. Invited the Ab? Are you talking about Abba? Did he invite Abba to the White House? Is that what we're saying? Is that what you're saying there? Because if so, I want to know. I want to know. He was just a good guy, you know. And if that means he was a goody two-shoes, then there you go. That's okay, you know. Then he earned that, and that's good, you know. We should have more goody two-shoes in office. You know, people who set the government to a higher standard and therefore set us to a higher standard, right? Let's set the bar a little higher when we're caring about each other. That's all. We need more of that. That would be great. Allman Brothers. totally. Oh, Allman Brothers Band. Oh, that's cool. Shit, hell yeah. Well, he was a country boy. You know, that's awesome. I didn't know that. I'll have to put some Allman Brothers Band music into the future. Oh, I didn't see Willie Nelson running across the White House lawn from the helicopter. That sounds great. I've seen his son, Lucas Nelson, twice live. Once right here in town, at Pappy and Harriet's in town here. Great act. Since I saw ELO, Jeff Lynne, I'm not as ready to go see the older crowd perform now. I know I'm old and we're old and that's just the way it is, but I want to remember people in their heyday. And yeah, I've seen some live recordings of Willie Nelson, and yeah, as a Democrat he was a good guy. He wasn't bad enough. Reagan was for that. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not really into politics and presidents and the two-party system and stuff like that. I've never really been into it, you know. I just like the history involved, you know. And Willie Nelson smoking a joint in the White House sounds iconic. It sounds awesome, you know. That is pretty freaking cool. Yeah, I just like the idea that Reagan went from being a Joe Schmo and then into acting. You know, at first he was I believe he was into sports broadcasting. He was he did video games, not video games, but sporting events. He was a commentator, and then he got into acting, and then from acting did those stupid monkey movies, and then eventually later got into politics, and then just became a crazy old coot. And it's just a great story, you know. And not the story of it, but just the pieces of the story, you know. Yeah, it's just, that's what America is, you know. Just a bunch of great, weird, bizarre, crazy, sad, strange stories, you know. That's why it's hard for me to just look at one thing or to focus in on one area of the present or the past, or because I have a tendency to see everything as a whole, you know. And when a piece pops up in front of me and I focus in on that piece, it makes me see more of that side of the puzzle, and it can send me in. Take one for the giver. There you go. It can send me into a catastrophic depression, you know, because I'll dwell on things like the American Indian movement, the Native American thing that happened in this country, the Mexican American thing that's happening in this country, the African American thing that's happened in this country, all of the different things that have happened in this country, and mainly at the hands of, you know, our forefathers, right? Like I said, I've got 5 fathers because I'm an odd duck. But I know the whole astrologer thing in the White House, not uncommon. Really. FDR, he had an astrologist. There was a lot of astrology in Washington because it was one of those things, astrology, numerology, bunch of weird shit. Yeah, crazy, man. Yeah, don't quote me on that with FDR, but I'm pretty certain that there was a certain amount of hocus pocus going on everywhere in Washington. I mean, come on, people were going to seances and stuff back in the 20s and 30s, so you had a lot of politicians who were asking the other side for advice. Weird shit. Weird. I'm going in. Astrology is everything. Hello. Just don't believe in anything. See, I love that. I never believe in anything 100%. I'm always middle of the road. I'll accept it either way, but it's not proven 100% in either direction, ever. Fact is dictated. So, yeah, I love that. Heavy, man. But astrology is a part of the puzzle. It's a huge, giant tapestry of puzzle pieces, itty bitty ones, right? And if you look at the whole picture, you can start to see things clearly, and the master plan and the big design, you know. And that gets scary because you see things that are happening that shouldn't be happening, and things that are making other things happening that seem totally crazy stuff, totally planned. Yeah. So I'm going in again. I can't help it. It's one of those shows. I've been living on coffee and bong hits all morning long since my alarm went off at 4. So at some point we should probably cut it off here so I can put my day together, which is probably going to consist of uploading more educational films for Friday. Mainly so I can get the copyright checks on them, so I know what I can play live and not get canceled, right? But wow, this has been a fantastic freaking show. I've never seen so many comments fly, and it's hard for me to keep up with, you know. Really, I like the comment wake up tools. Totally. You know what I use for wake up tools? The past. That's it. I just compare the past to the present, and that's been good for me, you know. And I'm totally ready to accept just about anything as a piece to the puzzle, as long as it appears to be fact, right? And you have to use logic and cogitation to figure that out. Nice. Woo-hoo. That sounds great, a Rolling Stones concert from 69. I went to one in 78 that was bitchin'. Have I looked up my birth chart? No, I have not. 8/20/68. I'll give you the time if you want, but I'd have to look at my birth certificate. But, no. Post it in the comments. Join me on Facebook and say hi. My friend Joey, he joined Facebook just so that we could do chatting and video stuff. So that's pretty cool. So if you get a chance, do that. If not, I believe you can go to the posts portion on Facebook on my channel. There's a place where you can post stuff. And if you want to go there, you can send me comments with links to things. And that would be pretty cool. Alright, love you guys. Take care of each other. Take care of the world, baby. Alright, and it's just about, yeah, it's time to go. What city? What time? I don't know. I don't know. What city? What time? What does that mean? Are you talking to me? I love it when I get lost like this. I feel like a little kid. I feel like a little kid looking up an adult going, what did I do? Am I doing okay? What happened? Okay. I'm in Joshua Tree, and any time, baby. Any time. I am going to sign off now. Just because I gotta take a leak. That's it. Oh, what city was I born in? I was born in Los Angeles, but I don't remember what time. I don't remember what time. I don't. I don't. It'd be great if we could finish this in in a private conversation at some time. So shoot me a message on the posts on YouTube. It's like there's videos and playlists live, and then if you go all the way to the end, there's a place that says posts, and then you can type in stuff there or send a link. Send a link to something that I can go and eventually find out what time and punch it all in. Guess I wouldn't have any clue. 420. I don't fucking know. I really don't. But just say 420, man. AM or PM. I was a pain in my parents' ass, so I would have to say AM. I don't know, honestly. I feel like a morning person. I've always been a morning person. Insomnia has created that morning person in me. So, yeah, let's do 4:20 a.m. That's awesome sauce. Yeah, with popcorn on the side. With lots of extra hot, awesome sauce. Totally, man. Totally, man. Totally, man. You ever been to California, WW? 8 a.m. Sheesh, but I do my show. I get up at 4:20 every day. That's when I get out of bed, at 4:20 every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, 4:20, 4:20, 4:20. That's kind of like my time. Maybe I was born at 4:20, and that's why I'm driven to get out of bed at 4:20 every day. I don't know. But let's say 4:20 a.m. just because it feels right. I used to have reoccurring nightmares and would get up at about 4 in the morning. Yeah, because that's about the time that an insomniac would finally start to get REM, right? Totally, man. Like I said, I had a girlfriend a long time ago that followed numerology, and I got into that a little bit. I don't remember any of it. San Diego, San Francisco, and LA. Cool. Cool. That is awesome. So you're familiar with LA. That's bitchin'. I don't remember why I asked that. That's a bummer, because it was probably something cool. Alright, so let's say at 8:30 we'll cut it off so that I can go take a leak and get something to eat, I guess, because this coffee's dead. She's a gone. She's a go bye-bye. Yeah. And I have been to all 3 of those places. I lived in San Diego at Cardiff by the Sea, a beach. We were homeless and we lived in our van down by the beach. And as a kid, I spent my days eating nothing but bologna sandwiches and walking on the beach for an entire summer, right? In Hollywood, I was a little kid, and like I said, my father worked at a pornographic newspaper. Totally. And I remember going through San Francisco once with a friend and his father, and we were on motorcycles. I was on the back of my friend's motorcycle, down by the river. And you got to pull up on the belt. But we went to San Francisco, and we drove through, went over the bridge, and got off and went out on the Presidio, and went to an old military base, and stayed in a hostel for bikes. And we got away with it. We were accepted because we were on motorcycles. So, and we weren't bikers. We were just, 3 family guys, and I was in my teens, I think. I was 19, 20. My friend was a year or 2 older. Totally. Totally, and we stayed at this hostel, and my friend was pissed off because he found out he had to work. What do you mean we gotta clean the kitchen and do this and pick up trash? And what do you mean we have to pick stuff off a job board? And I pulled him aside and I said, you're not listening. You don't understand. Your dad only has to pay like $6 for each of us to stay here. Because all we have to do is walk through that room and empty the trash cans. Or sweep. Or wipe off or some stupid menial, right? And everybody took a job off the job board. And that's what a hostel was. And he was like, oh, okay, that's fucking awesome, dude. And of course, his father, who was an ex-Navy, and he worked for California Corrections, and we were on this vacation driving up to Oregon and back, visiting no less than a half a dozen correctional facilities, right? So, of course, we did our chores after dinner and we were going to go for a walk, and we walked out and walked around this big, giant track, right, for running. And we went out and walked around this thing and got high. And then went back in and hung out in this hostel with a bunch of other strangers, and then had to sleep in a room with a bunch of strangers. And it was weird. It was weird. I didn't sleep. I don't sleep. I think I got more sleep on the back of the motorcycle than anything else. But that's my San Francisco story. There's that. And with that, I think I am going to get ready and do one last bong hit here. And then sign off. I know, I've been threatening to sign off forever. Sign off. It reminds me of that big nose, animated nose on the sign off nasal spray commercial. Use sign off. Big giant nose. And of course the nose had a mustache under it. Yeah. It's great. Thank you. The sound of my voice annoys me, so it's great that other people can enjoy it. Totally. Especially since I had my teeth removed. I just cannot stand the way I sound. And I was almost not going to come back and do this. I was like, And then I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm getting old. This is I tout this is the realest reality show there is. So who was I to stop the reality of this show and stop the show merely on the merit of its reality? Thank you. I used to enjoy using my voice. Now it's a little difficult. I put my teeth in and I don't sound the same. So I sound closer to the way I want to sound without them. So here I am. When I go out sometimes, I'll wear them. But for the most part, I'm comfortable the way things have turned out. You know, I'm old and crusty now. So I can have different lighting, have the camera back far enough so that, you know, I'm comfortable being here. My father did radio back in the 70s, and I learned his way of speaking because of the radio stuff that he did. So while I don't think that he was my biological father, I definitely inherited a lot of his speaking and a lot of his, you know, other traits that aren't inherited. A lot of it is probably just environmental, just being near learning. Alright, this is it. Bing! So there you go. Alright. Once again, it's been friggin' awesome today. I've had too much fun. More fun than I've had in quite a while doing this show. So thank you, everybody. Thanks, WW, for hanging out and stopping by and hanging out late. This has been great. I am gonna now put my end credits on, and you're welcome to stay and enjoy that. And as usual, I will leave you with this message, you know. Every day comes the same message. Be kind to each other. Spread peace and love, not bullshit. Do something for yourself, but do something for somebody else too, you know. Go out into the world and help somebody, just because it's nice, you know. Makes the world a better place, makes you a better person, makes everybody happy. All right. Let's see, let me go back. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, I gotta go. I gotta take a piss so bad. My stomach is grumbling. So yeah, take care of yourselves out there. Take care of each other. And, of course, most especially, stay weird. Because if you ain't weird, ain't nobody going to be weird for you. You got to put in the time. You got to put in the effort. All right? Take care of yourself. Yes, I will be here tomorrow, 5 days a week, 5 in the morning, until I can stand to hold my bladder. Yeah, show up, dude. We'll hang out, talk some more. Until then, the most important thing, stay weird, because if you ain't weird, ain't nobody going to be weird for you. You got to do it. Caring about people, that's weird nowadays, so be weird. All right. And, yeah, love you. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the love and the conversation. Look forward to talking to you again. And if you join Facebook, hit me up and we'll do more. All right. Take care of yourself. Love you. And as usual, adios.